forward and make their presentation about the Jonia. All right, Chief Shining Turtle is going to offer the 10-minute coffee break. The chair recognizes the request. I'll ask that, and I just understand Chief Shining Turtle will ensure that it's 10 minutes by all of his colleagues. Me, Gwetch. 10-minute coffee break. Okay.
Some of this stuff in here so I have it accessible. Tough crowd. I gather you've done this many times?
Yes, I've done a number of grand councils. So.
Okay.
When it's good news, everybody runs.
Yeah, everybody runs, yeah.
If it was not such good news, that we'd have everybody all just...
Isn't that the truth, though? Isn't that the absolute truth? I can't tell you how many meetings I've done, you know? Everything's good, nobody wants to show up. Bad news. Baby. Okay. I'll just leave that right there and we're all set.
How you doing, Jace? Can I talk to you when you get a minute? Yeah, I'll be right down.
So if we can resume or have the chiefs return to the assembly so that we can continue with the agenda. So we're going to move right along in our agenda. That we also want to share that there are resolutions that have been passed out. There's two packages, one for the Union of Ontario Indians annual meeting and the one for the Anishinabek 7th Generation Charities. And those are resolutions that are going to deal with the information that's going to be presented by the auditor. So if Wayne wants to come and do his presentation, we'll continue right along.
Undivided attention for Wayne.
Thank you. Just go ahead then. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You have to manage this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm here to present the financial information for the Union for its March 31st, 2017 year end. First, we'll look at the auditor's report. The auditor's report has a number of paragraphs. I won't dwell on these to any great extent, but the first paragraph simply talks about what we're looking at, which are your financial statements. The financial statements are the responsibility of management. We're required to express an opinion on those statements. In the last paragraph on this slide, you'll see that we do express an opinion, and that opinion is that these financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Union of Ontario Indians. That is what's referred to as an unqualified opinion and the highest level of assurance we can provide. Looking at the financial information itself, the first thing we'll look at is the financial position of the Union as of March 31st. So what did it have in terms of assets and liabilities? You'll see there was a significant amount of cash, about $8.1 million in cash. That cash has increased, and the reason for that increase in cash, direct result of the surplus for the year. You'll also notice a significant increase in accounts and grants receivable. Now, accounts receivable, which were usually around $5 million, have increased to $8.4 million. The reason for that increase in grants is the timing of the grants receivable. In particular, some of the funding from the Ministry of Community and Youth Services. Other significant assets, investments. You'll also see prepaid expenses. Prepaid expenses, you'll see an increase in those prepaid expenses. That's because part of the cost for the Vimy Ridge trip were prepaid in advance. Inventory consists of your kits, etc. Total assets of $16.8 million. You also have long-term investments. Now that long-term investment is your 50% interest in the fur harvesters. You'll note that that number has decreased during the year. That decrease reflects the reduction of operations in the fur harvester. The capital assets are buildings, etc., and equipment that you have, totaling $2.9 million. In total, the assets total $21.1 million. Offsetting your assets are your liabilities. Now, the liabilities, you'll see the large liability, your accounts payable. And those accounts payable have gone from $6 million to $8.4. A large portion of that increase, we'll see this number a little later on, is about $4.1 million owing back to your funding agencies. And that's due to the timing of release of certain of the cash from some of the funding agencies. It couldn't be spent in time, and in fact, in accordance with those agreements, has to be repaid. Deferred contributions of $1.1 million relate to revenues received earmarked for new initiatives to undertake in this fiscal year, totaling $10 million in liabilities. The next two numbers reflect the financial position of the union. What you'll see is the internally restricted balance has gone from 6.7 to 9.3. So that's a portion of your surplus that has been earmarked for future initiatives, and it's been internally restricted. The unrestricted component, or your regular surplus, is 1.5. So we'll see almost an $11 million surplus. This next slide is an overview of your operations for the year, and it reflects both the revenues, expenses, and the net profit at the end of the year. So revenues, $36 million, expenses followed by $30 million, $4.1 million in an amount repayable, leaving you with a net surplus of $2.6 million. If we look at this in a little more detail, you'll see the revenue component of $36.9 million is comprised of $35 million in government contributions, up from $21 million the year before. And just looking at those in a little more detail, what you'll see is that $35 million in government funding, $10 million of that came from INAC. And you'll notice that that number is up significantly from the year before. It's up significantly because there was special funding for the ratification, about $3 million of funding for ratification. Service Canada is up $3 million. Service Canada funds the training programs, employment and training through the ASETA program. That had an increase in funding as well. Also of significance is the provincial funding, which went from $9 million to almost $16 million. Significant increases from Ministry of Community and Youth Services to fund programs like the Family Wellbeing, the Tribunal, and Youth Life programming. So there were significant increases in funding and programming costs as well, as indicated here. Other items that you'll note under the revenues, $1.5 million from sales. Those are sales and tuitions, the kits that you sell, as well as tuition revenue that you receive. So total revenues of about $36.9 million. Under the expenses, the largest single expense is the payments out to the First Nations. So the flow-throughs that come through the organization that are flowed out to the First Nations. And you'll see that number has increased by almost $7 million. The reason for that increase is directly related to the funding increases. Salaries and benefits increased as a result of increased programming, which again is consistent with the revenue. You'll see significant increases in conventions and travel and office-related costs. Now those costs increased directly related to the ratification. With the ratification, there was significant printing, mail-outs, postage costs, significant increases in those areas. In total then, total costs come down to about $30 million, which $36 million in revenue, less $30 million in expenses. As I mentioned, some of the funding, in particular the Ministry of Community and Children and Youth Services funding, came in very late in the year. Because it came in very late in the year, it wasn't able to be spent, and as a result, it had to be returned. And you'll see significant amount going from $1.5 million to $4.1 million of revenues that are returned. So after we return that revenue, you'll see that the excess for the year is $2,698,000. There was a funding adjustment of $90,000 for prior years, and your share of the fur harvester's loss of $234,000, leaving you with a net position of $2,396,000 for the year. That's your surplus. And as we talked about it earlier, that surplus, and if you focus on the unrestricted column began the year with $1.8 million. You took the surplus that you had for the year of 2.3 and reallocated, reshifted 2.6 million to internally restricted. Now that's for future ongoing initiatives and programming, and it's all been allocated out to a number of different initiatives, such that the ending position of the organization at the end of the year is in total $10,911,000. And as we looked at this at the very beginning slide, you'll see that there was about $8 million in cash. So the majority of this is sitting in cash. That concludes the presentation for the union itself. Okay.
So is there any questions? Any questions on the presentation of the audit? Chief Woodeye, and then Chief Johnson.
Yes, there was tribunal money that came in. Ministry of Community, Ministry of Children and Youth Services money. Although the programming had been applied for significantly far in advance, the funding actually didn't come in till January, February. So there was a big rush to get the amounts out to the communities. Communities couldn't spend it, so it had to be returned. And that accounted, it was an anomaly this year, largely due to the timing of the cash release.
Hello? I'm just concerned that, at the community level that, I'm not sure who I'm talking, I guess at the community level for child welfare, we're really struggling in terms of even getting band rep funding. That's a significant amount of money to be sent and then returned back and probably not to be recirculated back to child welfare again. Have we heard anything about that for this coming fiscal? Is that money going to be reallocated back to the union to be used properly?
So, Gary, if you want to answer that in terms of the reallocation or the opportunity to have that money returned to child welfare.
Yes, Chief. There's no guarantee that money will come back. There was a lot of money this year that was flowed to us very, very late in the fiscal year. We kind of got into a catch-22 situation. We heard it was coming. We asked them give us even a letter to say that it's guaranteed, and that was very late coming. As soon as we got a letter confirming it, we issued the money out to the communities, but they were in the same situation that they didn't want to start spending money till they got a letter of confirmation from us. And back in February, we were kind of overdrawn in our bank account because we did send the money out before we received it. But a lot of it is coming very late, particularly the last couple of years from Ontario. They're coming to us in March, and there's lots of money we didn't accept either because they said, on March 18th, can you spend it by March 31st? We had a fairly extensive discussion yesterday with the Leadership Council about it, and like I say, it's been happening fairly frequently the last couple of years. We do have some good projects that we're ready to go with most years, and if we knew a lot earlier, we could do something, and the communities could do something with that money. So I know the Leadership Council has instructed the Grand Chief and myself to write a letter to Ontario and bring it up at our operational that this is happening and it's not fair to us, and then we probably get blamed that they said, oh, he gave us money and we didn't do anything with it. But it is coming very late, and it's kind of how it's happened. So the Leadership Council's asked us to work with Ontario to come up with another solution for next year, or at least give us a plan earlier in the year that the money's coming.
My question is similar to Chief Whiteeye. because I think I'm quite concerned about child welfare, and we already have deficits in our community in regards to this. So, you know, to hear that money was sent back is really concerning. So I think that there needs to be some kind of, and I agree with the Leadership Council, there needs to be a very strong response to the ministry that this is not acceptable, especially in light of the discussions with the tribunal and in regards to how our children are not being treated equally amongst any children in Canada. So I think we need to really respond to this. Miigwech.
Okay.
Absolutely, Chief. And one of the comments that was made yesterday in the discussion is that from a process perspective, the various ministry people, when they put this out so late, you know, you'd almost think it's a strategy, because what happens is they have to report back to their Treasury Board. And they can go back to say, well, those Anishinaabe never spent that money, so we clawed that money back so that we can use that against our deficit. So that's their way of, you know, ensuring that, you know, the monies get back into their hands rather than the proper place where they were designated to. So we've been directed, as I said, to make this kind of an issue a very aggressive approach to the province, and we're also going to do it with the federal government as well.
Miigwech, is there any other questions or comments on the financial statements? Arnold.
Hi. Ooh. Chief Mel Hardy, Pidgewabik Zag, Anishinabek, Rocky Bay, formerly McIntyre Bay Band. Because I sit on the Treasury Board, and when we brought this up with Gary, one of the points I commented on, and I don't know if it was brought to the leadership, was that if the management with Gary can try to come up with some kind of contingency plan, should we have any monies like that coming up, we know that they're doing that, why not have some type of contingency plan so we can address that? Because myself as well, we have a lot of issues and some deficits regarding child welfare and such. But if we can come up with that type of plan, contingency plan to offset that cost, so we're not sending money back, I think that's just good business, as opposed to just, instead of just having a knee-jerk reaction. At least then we'll be most prepared to deal with such stuff that comes from the ministry, because we know they'll do that, but let's not blame them. Let's get in action here, have something to fall back on, so we're not blaming everybody else. You know, and then that's how I see it. You got you?
You have a question, Chief Hardy, and definitely we heard that message from Treasury Board on May 26th, I think we met.
Leslie?
Just noticing the significant increase in the funding to the union, we don't have that similar increase at the community level. So it's going to be really important that we as Anishinabek Nation chiefs really think about that. Think about, you know, that disparity in terms of what's coming down to the community and what's coming to the PTO, and how we can make sure that we're leveraging our unity in terms of those dollars. Particularly if you're talking about a surplus here of 2 million, 2.3 million, something like that on their net assets you talked about. And you said those are already earmarked for future initiatives. Can you identify what those future initiatives will be?
At this point, I was just talking to Adrian to see if there's some alternatives we could have for going forward, because a lot of that was from MCYS. Okay. So we're talking about, the initiatives that we presented to Treasury Board and Leadership Council, allocating $2 million into the projects. It's on page 8, Chief White-Eye, in note 2. So there's 200,000 in operational contingency fund, 200,000 in regional projects, which is money that's being put into each region for special projects. $100,000 for political office special projects, 250 for nation building, 250,000 for language and culture, 150,000 for citizenship, 150,000 for housing, 100,000 for health transformation. Oh, I missed waste and water and wastewater, 150. Economic development, 150,000. Clan gathering, 100,000. And elections, 50,000. So these are a lot of initiatives that have been going on in the Anishinabek Nation for years. We're trying to allocate some money to move some of those projects forward. Like Grand Chief mentioned in his comments this morning, that there's some projects that we'd really been talking about for a long time, haven't had the funding to do that.
Appreciate that. I think I now understand when Chief Brissette says, go after the union, they got some of our money. Miigwech.
When you see those allocations there that he just referred to, there is no, for the most part, nothing specifically identified, going forward on some of those things. When we said, for example, there was a budget mentioned there. I'll use my office, the political office budget. I think it's, if I remember, it's $100,000 was allocated. We get all kinds of different requests, and we have no resources to respond to them. What will happen is, with due diligence, there'll be a budget and a work plan developed for anything that comes to any one of these items. And I have no preconceived issues that I want to advance, with that. The only one that I did mention to the Leadership Council, and I haven't received anything yet because I've got some folks working on it, is there will be some expenditure hopefully allocated to the radioactive waste issue, probably around $10,000. That's yet to be determined, but we've got Quinn and others from the youth that are working on, in conjunction with us, to develop something that will be presented to Leadership Council on that one. But the other 90,000, when we had situations, arise, we're in a better position to respond to them. There's nothing specific there. So a lot of these things, again, just comes to mind, like in the area of health, we allocate 100,000 there. There is nothing planned for that 100,000. That'll be, I think, a lot of the work that the 5 chiefs that have been asked to do the health transformation work will look at that. But that's to leverage also other federal and provincial money in addition to that. So it's not we're just going to spend 100,000 of our dollars. So anywhere you see those categories there, those are just like a projected allocation. We put 200,000 out into the region in addition to 200 we put out there last year. The regions are supposed to be developing work plans and ideas and initiatives in each of the regions to do things. And that's an open category yet. There's been no allocations made on that. So that's sort of the flavor of what's going to happen, where you see all those categories there. There's no, to my knowledge, no plans on any of them yet, eh? It was only approved yesterday. Yeah, so the Leadership Council just looked at it yesterday. So they're all sitting there, and as the communities or whoever out there in the territories has special projects and stuff, that'll be submitted for Leadership Council to review.
Chief Johnson.
Chief Johnson, Serpent River First Nation. I just have a question, since there was so much money, especially in children and youth, that has gone back to the government. That really concerns me. I have a question about how much money or what administration comes off of any dollars that come from the federal or provincial government that goes to the union.
It depends. The normal administration fee is 10%, but a lot of the flow-through money, and you'll see on the statement there's about $16 million in flow-through money. There isn't anything taken off of that. It flows straight through.
Okay, well that helps me to understand, because when you talk about 10% of even $1 million, that's a lot of money. So you're saying that the flow through then does not have any administration coming off of it? Is that what you're saying?
No, in most cases it does it, yes.
Okay, miigwech.
Miigwech. Any other questions, comments, clarification on the audited statements? Any other questions, comments, clarification on the audited statements? The audited statements for the Union of Ontario Indians. It's moved by Chief Shining Turtle to accept the audited statements for 2016-17 and Chief Hardy. It's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded to accept the audited financial statements for the Union of Ontario Indians 2016-2017. Questions called. All of those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Miigwech. So we'll ask the auditor to then present the audited statements for the 7th generation charity.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. We're going to look at the charity's financial statement. Consistent with the financial statement for the Union, again, the audit opinion is an unqualified audit opinion, one with no errors. We believe that's the highest level of assurance we can provide, and it's consistent with what the charity has received in prior years. Looking at the charity's financial position, its balance sheet, assets, you'll see it has about $186,000 of cash and $46,000 of accounts receivable. Those receivables, a combination of grants and sponsorships, et cetera, that have been committed to. A total of $234,000. In terms of liabilities, there's $12,000 of trade liabilities and $17,000 of something called deferred contributions. And what deferred contributions represent are our sponsorship monies that have come in that are earmarked for events that are coming up in this fiscal year. You'll see the assets, the net assets are divided into 4 categories. The first category is your emergency reserve. Now that emergency reserve has been solely funded by your employee donations. So the employee donations over the years have accumulated up to almost $66,000, and they have been set aside as an emergency reserve. The reserve for working capital in the amount of $148,000 roughly is a contribution directly from the union. The union has over time contributed resources to sustain the operations. They forgave those in 2015 and set aside that amount in that fund. So the unrestricted component from operations, you'll see about a $9,200 cumulative loss over the years. Looking at the present year's revenues and expenses, you'll see under government contributions, they've increased. That's Ministry of Child and Youth Services, funding for 3 camps this year as opposed to 2 camps last year. Donations and sales are just that. Donations come in for your various events, sales of tickets and event revenue and golf sponsorships, etc. You'll notice a decrease from 2016. In 2016, that number was $163,000 under donations. And what that represented in the prior years, the staff contributions of about $53,000 were set aside as deferred revenue. This year, they became recognized in revenue and went into the emergency reserve fund. So they flowed through the income statement. Other revenue, you'll note, increased from the prior year. That's because there was a little bit of funding from the NOHFC for wage costs. Total wage costs, contract and professional fees, $143,000 versus $100,000. Again, that reflects the activity at the camps and the wage costs that were funded through some of the wage subsidies. Travel and meetings, again, consistent with that increase in camp activity. The balance of the costs, events, advertising, promotion, etc., those costs remain relatively constant. Total expenses of $266,000 this year. For revenues before undernoted items of $13,726. Now you'll see this year $2,700 repayable back to funding agencies and $3,200 of donations actually attributed out with an ending surplus of $7,600 for current year operations. In the prior year, you do note, if you look below the line here, underneath your excess of revenues over expenses, you'll see gain on forgiveness due to Union of Ontario Indians. That's the $147,000 that has been set aside for specific purposes, internally restricted. Scholarships in 2016 were $12,500 and donations were $17,000. So a big difference between the 2 years, but it all relates to basically the union firming up its position and basically forgiving $147,000, and at the same time putting the staff revenue donations into a specific internal reserve for future operations. I don't know if there are specific questions on this statement or not.
Sorry, Wayne. Any comments, questions, clarification on the audited statements for the seventh generation charity? Chief Brissette, Chief Ogama Palche are going to move and second the acceptance of the audited statements for the seventh generation charity. It's been moved and seconded. It's been questions called. All of those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Miigwech. So the chair recognizes that the Leadership Council has supported and approved the audited statements, but they're also recommending that whereas the Treasury Board for the Union of Ontario Indians has recommended the firm of KPMG for the provision of audited services for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2001, as moved by Chief Shining Turtle. Chief McLeod, it's been moved and seconded for the appointment of the auditors for the Union of Ontario Indians. Questions called. All of those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Miigwech. So I'm going to then ask that for the seventh generation charity, that the resolution reads very much the same. That we're asking for the resolution to approve the services of KPMG for the audited statements for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018. So is there a mover? Is there a seconder? Chief Collins, Chief Brissette. It's been moved and seconded for the appointment of the auditors for the seventh generation charities. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Questions called. All of those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Miigwech. I'm going to ask then that Gary will come and do the business in terms of the corporate bylaw changes. So, Gary.
Miigwech Vir. At the Fall Assembly, if you recall, there was we brought forward an elders' terms of reference that we changed we worked with the elders for about a year and a half of developing the elders' terms of reference and came back with the Getsujig Advisory Council terms of reference in November 2016. that was accepted at the Assembly. We mentioned back at the Assembly in November that this would require a change to the bylaws. So we're bringing the change forward here today. It's a fairly simple change. If you recall, in the Gets-to-Jig Advisory Council, or in the bylaws before, it previously said that the Elders Council were supposed to be advisors, but when you looked at Clause 29, it said that each delegate and 4 members of the Elders Council have a vote on all questions put forward at meetings of the members, and only delegates and 4 members of the Elders Council shall vote at the election for president. So I guess based on the terms of reference required a change to our bylaws, so we revise Section 29 to read basically each delegate shall have 1 vote on all questions put forward at the meeting of members. Only delegates shall vote at the election for president. So that's the change to the bylaws that were made and brought forward to our Leadership Council and was approved by our board back in March. So we're bringing forward here today. Any questions on that change?
Good morning. And if there's no further discussions, I would like to read the resolution. Whereas 1, the members of the Elders Councils do not wish to have voting capacity with regards to the Union of Ontario Indians corporate body and wish to act in solely an advisory capacity. The Elders Council had created a Gits-to-Jig Elders Advisory Council terms of reference which clarifies its role within the Union of Ontario Indians, UOI, as solely advisors. This terms of reference was officially passed by the Chiefs in Assembly at the Anishinabek Fall Assembly in November of 2016 via Resolution 2016-23 and 2, Section 7D of the Constitutional Bylaws of the Union of Ontario Indians, Bylaw 1, establishes the Elders Council's function as solely advisory. However, Section 29 of the bylaw states the elders as having voting capacity on all questions brought forward at meetings of the members and a vote in the election for president. And 3, a minor amendment to the bylaw is required to ensure that the bylaw reflects the Elders Council capacity as solely advisory with no further voting capacity. And 4, on March 29, 2017, the Union of Ontario Indians Board of Directors approved the proposed amendment to the bylaw to reflect the Elder Council's wishes as non-voting capacity. And 5, in order for the bylaw amendment to be officially approved, the amendment must also receive approval at a general meeting of the members of the Union of Ontario Indians corporate body called for this purpose, or at an annual meeting of the members. And 6, Section 6 of the Gits-to-Jig Advisory Council terms of reference makes reference verbatim to Section 29 of the Union of Ontario Indians bylaw in order to reflect the amendment to Section 29 of the Union of Ontario Indians bylaw in this terms of reference. It is recommended that the Gits-to-Jig Advisory Council terms of reference be amended to remove all reference to Section 29. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, 1, hereby ratify the following amendment to the constitutional bylaws of the Union of Ontario Indians Bylaw 1. Section 29 will be replaced in its entirety with the following. 29, each First Nation which is a member of the corporation shall appoint 1 delegate to represent it at every annual meeting of members. Each delegate shall have 1 vote on all questions put forward at meetings of the members. Only delegates shall vote at the election for president. The Secretary Treasurer of the Board may authorize payment of expenses to delegates at annual meetings for their attendance and participation in such amount as the Board from time to time shall fix. And 2, direct that Section 6 of the Gitzijic Elders Advisory Council Terms of Reference be amended to remove all reference to Section 29 of the above-mentioned Union Ontario Indians Corporate Bylaw. Is there any other further discussions, questions? Mike?
Chief Johnson, Serpent River First Nation, I support the, just a clarification for me, and on the therefore be it resolved, 29 under 1, each First Nation which is a member of the corporation shall appoint 1 delegate. So are you saying then that we would appoint 1 member from each First Nation to come to the annual assembly? Is that what I'm understanding?
Gary?
Chief Johnson, that just means like when there's an election that you 1 delegate from each First Nation. So typically it's the chief, but sometimes they delegate a proxy if they can't make it. So it's basically saying that each First Nation gets a vote.
Oh, okay. Just a clarification because I wasn't sure what that meant.
Thank you. Motion been moved by Chief Johnson, seconded by Shining Turtle. Question has been called. All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. Any abstentions? Oppositions? Abstentions? And we could say it has been carried, this resolution. Thank you.
So I'm going to invite Leroy Dawson to come and do his presentation for this agenda item. The chair recognizes that after this we'll be caught up, and then after lunch we will begin the Chief's Circle.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the sacred items before us today and make which to an John for inviting us into the community. There's a outline in your books. It's the 3rd gray page in. There's an update for the Anishinabek Nation, June 5th, 2017. Because there's some new chiefs, I hope some of the older chiefs will bear with me, but just to explain the corporations. We have 2 corporations, Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership, and we also have Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership 2008. The reason the partnership was formed in 2000 is that the money flows through the Royal Bank at 6 Nations. The office is on a reserve of new credit, and that's so you're tax exempt. The Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership is still going because we have a loss or a litigation on the capital and revenue accounts with Casino Rama, and we have to keep that corporation open until that lawsuit is settled, and hopefully that's done by 2018. Also, when we negotiated a new agreement in 2008, there's $201 million to transfer to the First Nations. So the first item of concern is operating capital reserves. 7.15 million in capital, 30 million in operating reserves, a total of 37.1 million, hopefully to be settled in 2018. We were hoping this would be settled this year, but it looks like it's going to be carried on farther. That's on page 1 of the report. Also, another concern is non-gaming revenues. The new owners that take over the casinos from now on. The province transferred to non-gaming revenues, which have received funding on that. So they figured out last year's audit is about $300 million, which is about $5 million that should be going to the First Nation. So litigation has started on that. We have also the information on assistance claim and the moderation on page 3. The OLG moderation plan isn't working as it was supposed to, because they're supposed to predict $1.3 billion to the province by 2017, and it looked like they're only produced about $100 million net. So the good news is on page 5. There's been an increase. Well, the total gross revenue for the province last year was $8,201,162,000, and our interim payments for the fiscal year 2017-18 will be $139,420,000. That's up to about $2 million from last year. And I'd just like to congratulate all the 39 nations. Your compliant reports are all in for last year. And just a reminder, they're due up on July 31st again. There's going to be a meeting a partnership meeting on June 8th in Toronto. There'll be financial update by Treasurer Don Morrison, and legal update by Tories. So that's my short presentation, and this is sort of just to help you prepare for the meeting. Is there any questions? $2 million.
Chief Collins.
Thank you, Leroy, for your presentation. Peter Collins, Chief of Fort Wayne First Nation. I guess I got two questions. And I look at the 7.1 and the 330 million. When they go to arbitration, are they going to amalgamate both of those together? Or are they going to do them separately?
No, they're in together.
And the other non-gaming issue that I have on that, how can the province walk away from an agreement that we have, and that's on the gaming revenue that we generate now because they privatize? How do they legally walk away from the obligation that they have to us?
Well, it's pretty plain. I don't know why they just seem to challenge us on different items, but in a revenue agreement, revenue sharing agreement, it says the non-gaming comes to the First Nations. So I just got the quote here. It says non-gaming revenue includes revenue from hotel, food, and beverage, entertainment center, and other services, and is recognized at the time the services are rendered to the patrons. This also includes the retail value of accommodations, food and beverage, and other services provided to the patrons on a complimentary basis. So that includes comps. That's why we're filing a lawsuit.
Is there any other questions, comments, clarification on the presentation? Leroy?
I don't know whether I forgot to mention it, but there's been an increase in funding this year from $137 million to the First Nations to $139 million. So there is an increase, which is good. So everybody keep on gambling in Ontario.
Me, Gwetch, Leroy, it's moved by Chief Brissett that resolution for the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership Representation and Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership Appoint Leroy Dawson for a one-year period from June 2017 to June 2018 to represent Anishinabek Nation in the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership Agreement and Ontario First Nations 2008 Limited Partnership Agreement Board of Directors. It's moved by Chief Tom Reset, second by Chief Mike. It's been moved and seconded. It's questions called. All of those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. And Leroy is here. He will continue to sit, and if you have any more need of his tutorial expertise in getting ready for your meeting on Thursday, he'd be happy to help you with that. The chair recognizes that we have finished all of our morning agenda except for the chief circle. We know that they're busy working in the kitchen to bring you your lunch, and we're going to say that we're going to recess now for lunch. I'll give you a couple extra minutes to visit and to share your community information and stories, or Grand Chief always has a couple of good jokes. And that we will return and begin our chief circle here in this assembly room at 1 o'clock. Oh, enjoy your lunch. Apparently it's roast beef and Grand Council Chief.
So a rabbi and a priest, no, just kidding.
So we'd like to begin this afternoon's session. That this afternoon we're going to have the Chief Circle. It's a time of sharing. It's going to be the chiefs and the proxies, the elders council, the women's council, and the youth council. We're going to have the Anishinabek Nation open mic, so that's an opportunity for citizens to call and ask any questions that they have of the business of the Anishinabek Nation or anything that is being shared this afternoon in the Chiefs Circle. So we're going to ask the chiefs if they will come into the assembly so we can begin this afternoon's session. And after that great lunch, who wants to work this afternoon? But we did commit this morning to ensuring that we do the business of the Anishinabek Nation. So if anybody wants to go golfing this afternoon, we have to do the Chief Circle first. Hey, Chief. Deputy Grand Chief, he went and changed his attire for this afternoon. He's going to roll up his sleeves and really get to work. So, Chief, Gordon's
Where do you think you're going to start the circle? At the end or kind of just anywhere?
It will depend on how Gordon does it. So
Okay, I'm just going to hand... Is Gordon going to be the mediator?
Gordon's going to facilitate this,
Yes,
yes.
he is. Okay. Okay.
And Arnold will be the runner. So
Okay. Great.
as soon as he comes in,
You bringing that thing after?
yes. So we're going to have the Chief Circle this afternoon. You'll see these nice chairs that are sitting in a circle here, and Chief Elaine Johnson is sitting there waiting, inviting you all to come and sit in the circle.
Hey. Did you want me to go out and yell?
Gordon's gone. Yeah, you can go.
Okay.
Please. Please and thank you.
First, I'd like to acknowledge the staffs in front of us and our sacred medicines, and say miigwech to all the chiefs. I'm a new chief, just recently elected, but I've also been in politics as deputy chief for 10 years back home. So I managed to take that step, and very humbled by the community to allow me to sit in the position that I am today, to take that step and be a leader for my community, who I represent back home. Lots of issues going on in the Anishinabek Nation that I have seen over the years. And so proud of our community that we adopted our Constitution. We said yes to the AES. Huge things that are very dear to my heart and our community as well, because they have adopted them as well. So I find we're in very exciting times moving forward. And I plan to use that Constitution that we recently adopted as the corner building block of moving Magnetawan First Nation forward, and as an Anishinabek Nation at the same time. You see the strength and the power that that has, and what it can do for our community. Realizing that, and the challenges at the same time that we face as we move forward, I'm willing to accept and take on those challenges at the same time, because I feel in my heart this is the right thing to do for Anishinabek Nation, as well for Magnetawan and its members as well. As with all the challenges and things that we do face as well, there's so much pride, love back home that I carry for them at the same time, in recognizing that. But as much as there's good, there are some other things that are eroding our community, as with the drug issues and things that we face back home. And I'm sure, as every chief here that sits here, that they are well aware of that as well. So we have social challenges as well that we have to face as well. But we'll work on that as well, because that's not who we are as well as a people. Those things just cloud our mind and our judgment, and that's not who we are. So very honored to be here, very humbled. I want to say miigwech to the chief for allowing me into her territory today, and that's all I have to say for today. Miigwech.
Osho nin zonke benesi kwendishnikas was kuze nange kwe makademe squades kachita when the gokan manitom widokak mikisinin do them nin kumakan dindigo. I am Veronica Wabus, Chief of Long Lake Reserve 58, and I want to thank the Creator for my life. I want to thank him for today that he has given us the pipe ceremony we just had, the staff, that's all ours. How lucky we are as Native people. I want to thank the chief, the host committee. It's been good meal. Miigwech. You know, we come together as Native people. That's who we are. We're not white, we're not French, we are Native people in our hearts. We had to learn how to be Native because we lost that. My first language was the Ojibwe language. I was born 74 years ago in a tent in January 3rd. And I've learned Ojibwe. It was my first language. Lived in the bush. So I went to the full circle. Came to Long Lac, went to school, learned how to talk English. From there was always English. So we have to go back and teach our children how to be Native, how to be proud of who they are. And that's a big job. We're still doing our fasting with our children, taking them out. This will be our 11th year, this July. And you know, our youth too, their vision quests. That's our responsibility, to teach our children how to be Native. That's our responsibility as chiefs. And it took a long time coming. Now it seems like everybody wants that spirituality that is from the Creator. He has given us that. You know, I have to give thanks to the Creator. I don't know why He does the things that He does. When I became chief, I was diagnosed with cancer in December. And it was His wish that I be chief in my community again. In January, I went for my surgery, took my breasts out. Next day, I left the hospital. As I went through the surgery, no pain. And every day I say thank you. All the prayers that came from everybody that knew me, they prayed. I will thank all the people for that. Prayers are wonderful. They help. Miracle happens. That's why I'm here today. After I didn't need no chemo, no radiation, everything is gone. So that's why when we have that belief, He gives us these gifts. We as Native people have those gifts that we have to use. We have to use them. Now, we in our community are going through that change. It's a long time coming. We do activities for our youth, our children. We started a curfew program with the OPP. They've come and they told us that we will work with you. All these kind of things, because our youth and our children lost that respect. They lost the teachings that was given to us. And we have to teach them that way of life. And we have to teach them how to respect. And we are going through that change, taking our children out, hunting, fishing, taking them out in the bush. That's their way, that's our way, and that's what we have to teach them. And the changes that we're going through, that the welfare, the counselors under welfare told them no more taking our kids away. They were waiting right at the hospital when a mother was giving birth. If she was on methadone, the baby would be taken away. They said, no more, you're not taking them, no more babies off us. So it's happening. What are laws we have to put together? It's our laws. We have to do it. It's a lot of work. the Constitution, the governance. You know, that's something we as Native people have to do ourselves with our people. We have to bring them along. Sure, it's hard. There's some that doesn't want to take part in anything, but you go door to door. Right now, we're going to our land claim with 5 other First Nations. And with that, there's hope. We get a larger land base. Because if we do not get that larger land base, we're going to start looking like Toronto, building up on top. We'll be having tall apartments. That's how we're going to give people their homes. Because in our First Nation, we are the fastest growing Native population is getting, this year we had 27 babies born. So that, you know, you have to look for places for them. Last year was 24. The year before was 23. So you have to think, we have to think, where are we going to put those families, little families that are coming up? So it's a big job, you know, being a chief, the counselors, big job. It's good thing you have counselors to help you, because if they don't support you, that's hard. You know? So I want to say I'm proud because I have my daughter here first time. I was a chief for 10 years before. I never had any of my family come. This time is the first time I had my daughters here, my husband, to come to these kind of things, because it's their turn to carry on. Because I keep saying, who told me that never say never? Because I said I'm never coming back here as chief, but here I am again. So I'm going to say, I'm not going to never say that again. Just let it go. Let myself go to say, do what you want with me. I'm yours. So I want to thank all my friends here that welcome me back. I haven't seen for a while. And thank you for your prayers, everybody. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Ani Bojo Natalie Dishkas Oki Kindan Nojba. I think today I'm just gonna sit and listen to what you all have to say, but I'm asking for one request from all of the chiefs. As a youth, myself and Quinn, the last chief circle, I put forward to organize a youth gathering, and we're actually in the process of actually organizing it now. So it'd be really awesome to hear where the youth are in your community, the struggles that you might face, or the positive outcomes from the youth in the community. And I think that there has been like a loss of connection between the youth council and each community. So this is a perfect opportunity for you to speak up on behalf of the youth in your community, so we can provide a good opportunity for them to all gather. So that's all I'll say for today. Miigwech.
Patsy Corbier from Ondikdamnikani, Chief. I'm just amazed at almost 50 babies in Long Lac 58. That's a miracle, actually. I was just, when I see 2 babies born in AOK, that's a crisis. So I'm just amazed. I can't even think right now. But anyway, I'd just like to thank the union for the AES and the child well-being, the work that they've done on it over the years. On the news the other morning, there was a newscast that went by the screen when I was reading it that Ontario Indigenous Affairs actually is going to do an overhaul of the education system in Ontario. That's very scary for people that are not in the AES, actually, because it's, I know when I went to a meeting 8 years ago, they talked about doing OSAP loans for post-secondary for First Nation. I hope that's not where that's headed, because it's scary to do that. And we have to pay for our education. So I know Pat's long-winded and he's sitting beside me, and I know him from AOK, he's my brother, but I'm just amazed to be around this room and the knowledge that's here, and I'd like to, miigwech, to thank you all for being here, and look forward to listening to every one of you. Miigwech.
So Patsy says I'm long-winded, so I'll keep my speech down to 4 hours. No, just kidding. Zo, we daar said there's na kas, on dek am na kaning unjba. I've got one more Grand Council. Well, no, I guess Fall Assembly, then one more Grand Council. And I'm going fishing. So, you know, we sometimes look around the communities, and I look in my community, and it's sad to say, you know, I talked about identity this morning. And some people, the only time they want to be in the Anishinaabe is when they can pull out that tax exemption card, you know, to get a break on something. Any other time they don't want to be who they are. And you see that kind of negativity is just rampant as I travel around. I hear about it everywhere I go. You know, we got a lot to be thankful for. You know, you think about even where we've come from, even in the last, you know, short period of time. You know, they tried to assimilate us in 1969. You know, they tried to eliminate all of our rights. In fact, they did. Section 34 in the Constitution, which was the protection of Aboriginal treaty rights, was removed in a kitchen deal, trying to appease René Lévesque. And we fought back, and it became Section 35. And the fight for the United Nations rights of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. You know, that thing was fought long and hard for many, many, many years. You know, and we finally got that. And then Canada and the United States weren't recognizing it. Now they're recognizing it now. You know, we fought the HST. I mentioned that this morning. You know, there's very few people across the country have that that exemption. But it's not an exemption, it's our right, because we're not subjects of the Crown. You know, we're Anishinaabe people that have been here long before these settler governments ever came here. So we're not subject to their taxation. They're not subject to their laws. That's why it's important that we have to occupy the field. That's why all this discussion and talks going on about, you know, getting sure that we have constitutions and have lawmaking authority, you know, to get these people, you know, out of our hair. So, you know, we have opportunities here. But you also see around the world a growing prevalence of, you know, a pretty idiotic philosophy of some of the leaders around the world. Take a look at our neighbors to the south. You know, there was people with a similar mentality ran for the Conservative Party this past leadership convention. There was people ran with a similar mentality for the British elections. There's people ran, you know, in the French elections with a similar mentality. You know, we have to be very vigilant here about exercising our rights and protecting our rights, because, you know, you get governments like we had with the waste of space conservatives that were around for 10 years, did a lot of damage. So we haven't got the luxury of fighting each other here about going after things we have to fight for. You know, we can sort that stuff out internally. Let's get rid of these outside jurisdictions, and then we'll do things the way we're supposed to be done. Directed by our communities. There's people at different stages of development. That's great. We can learn from the ones that are advanced, and we can make sure we don't leave anybody behind. So, as I'm fading off into the sunset here, I got 1 year left. I can assure you, I always heard about a couple of things. About leadership that hangs on too long. I don't want to be one of those leaders. I've put in a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I feel it's my time to go. But also, you think about these things, and I also hear about leaders that, when they decide that they're going to leave, they become lame ducks. Well, I'm committing to you that, until my term is up, I'm going to work as hard as I continue, as I always do. I don't plan on letting up one bit till I, pass, the leadership on to somebody else. I'll commit to that every day. We work hard, Glenn and I. We're on the road every day, and that's one of the reasons also I want to get off. I'm living in my car. That's the way it is. And, we have no life. We're on the road every day. And we get home, and you're so exhausted, you sleep all day Saturday, get home midnight, 1 o'clock Friday night, sleep all day Saturday, and you're starting to leave again Sunday, or early Monday morning. So it's time. It's time for that bright young leadership we got coming along to take over some of these roles, and I'm looking forward to that. To watch, sit back and watch what's going on, and so I want to, I'll make more comments next year. But like I said, it's been a great ride. Miigwech.
Think I'm sleeping. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
That's okay if you're sleeping. Anyway, Mike Squigga, I'm from Binswabig-Zogin. I'm the Northern Superior Elder. I had a lot to think about while everybody was talking. And as Veronica, when I sat with Veronica near the doorway, I said, I want to be one of the first ones to speak. And she says, yeah, because by the time if we sat at the end there, everybody would say what we wanted to say. So now I'm trying to think of what to say. But I guess just to share this morning and last night, I keep thinking about, and I don't mean it in any offensive way or anything, but as I was growing as a chief in my community, I picked up a bundle and I started carrying around our family staff, and I went to powwows and I carried a bundle, and I still do. And I look around, and I know some of the chiefs have picked up those bundles and have been carrying them, even some of them before they became chiefs. At one point, I offered our regional chiefs in our area that I would help them when I became an elder, or the elder rep at the time. I said, maybe we should start putting together our bundles. And, and again, no offense, it's just a matter of time when an individual begins that process and begins to carry that bundle. And that's how I started, a person recognized me that it's time, and even when I danced, people thought it was time I danced, and a whole bunch of people helped me put together my regalia. And it's changed over the years, and similar with my bundle, I carried my family staff for many years, and when I met Josephine, and I asked her to walk Lake Nipigon, I had an eagle, and I had a bunch of the feathers, and with the walkers that walk from Rocky Bay to Lake Helen, with Josephine, I had given all the walkers an eagle feather. And I told Josephine what my intent was. And that was to put together a Lake Nipigon water eagle staff. And I told each one of those walkers, including myself, if we could put those feathers on a staff after we're done the walk. And so that's what we've done. I carry that Lake Nipigon water eagle staff. And I said last year, because I wanted to bring out my family staff again this year, I wanted to find someone to carry that Lake Nipigon water eagle staff and take the message of water around, as I've done. Whenever I took that staff, I would, take the opportunity and at different powwows and, speak about the importance of water. And, I've done that, and I said I wanted to bring out my family eagle staff again, and and I'll probably bring out the water staff too, not at the same time, but once somebody can pick that up, then I would gladly, well, maybe not so gladly, hand it over, because I enjoyed, my time bringing that staff around to communities and in our region. And this morning I thought about families in a way. More importantly, the relationships we have over our time, even the relationships that we have within the circle. I think I know quite a few of the chiefs, and so it's been a good long time for myself too. But just moving forward and taking on the role as an elder, and watching Gord and listening to Gord, and giving me some of those teachings over that time. I still got a long way to go, because I too. I don't blame anybody for myself not speaking the language very well, but I think I just have to thank my grandmother, because I lived with her when I was a young person, and I picked up the language, and I try to keep that little bit of language I do know, and I continue to try to learn more through the elders that I speak with and listen to. But I also have CDs that I listen to when I'm alone. I try to learn from some of those, and so it's a process. And I find it hard when there's not too many people, even in our own community, that don't speak it, on a daily basis to you. And I guess that's the other thing is I guess I'm the next generation elder in our community, because some of our elders just aren't there anymore. So, but I just wanted to say a bit about relationships in terms of how we are related to Mother Earth and all the things she gives us, such as the water, the air, the land, and all the plants and things that grow on it. And that's what I was sitting here looking at the emblem for Amjanau here, the teepee. I don't know what it stands for, but when you look at a teepee, it's a house, where our people lived in. And I see those drawings on there, and I wish I knew what they meant. Maybe I'll ask one of the people here to give me an idea of what it stands for. Because I know when we did our emblem way back, we talk about the three feathers on it, the circle, that we are part of the Tree Fighters Confederacy. And that the circle represents who we are as Anishinabek people, because it's a red circle. And there's 4 feathers hanging, and so that represents the 4 races, 4 colors, and the 4 medicines. So when we do those kind of things, it gives a good story of our community. So, I'm really grateful that I come here. I've been here a number of times over the years to Amjanong, and I've met many great men from this community, Fred Plain, Ray Rogers, Ray Martin. So those were guys that played a big role in the nation building. So with that, I just want to say miigwech, and I acknowledge our staffs and our bundle and all the Gimakwek and the elders and youth, and I say chimiigwech.
Hani bojo, wachkum konstantisch nakas, megazedodem. Na me menes and John Jaba. Chimney singi gron in and Ogimawash gishin kazo mashomas. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge the Eagle staffs and our Sacred Medicines. Second, to Chief Rogers for hosting this year's assembly and give respect to the territory of Amjanong. My English name is Clayton Samuel King. I'm a proxy today for Jimna Singh Ogimakwe Mary King, who couldn't be here today. She sends her regrets. I'm honored to sit with you all. I've watched a lot of you throughout the years and all the things that you've done for your community and as representatives and all the things that you still keep on doing and fighting the good fight, and I say miigwech to that. This is my first term on council. I've done a lot of different traveling and different meetings within the Anishinabek Nation within the last 9 months, and I see what's been going on. And I see the hard work that happens. And it's tough because while we're out there fighting a good fight and moving along, our people are still struggling. It's been over 150 to 200 years since we started signing treaties with the British Crown and now modern day treaties with the government of Canada. And we're still fighting the fights that we did when we made those deals with the Jagnosh at that time. And it's tough because as an independent researcher, when I read these old documents and I go through these things and hear what they're petitioning through letters and so forth, it's the same thing that we're doing 150 years later. And it's tough, even though we do move forward and we do get things done. We've got to really concentrate on our people a little bit more and their needs. Housing has always been an issue, and it still is an issue. Education has always been an issue. One of these things we move forward and we keep on and moving forward, but we're still not caught up. We made deals with these Jagnosh. We were supposed to receive those rights. We were supposed to receive that Jonia. And we keep on thinking about fighting against the Indian Act and its implementations and what to do next. Elder Gore talked earlier, about our clan system, about the way we move forward, about not, the structure of things, how it isn't the way we're supposed to be working it, the way we have been as traditional peoples. And I'm looking over here in the corner and I'm looking at that Hoof clan. That Hoof clan was very prominent in this area, all the way to Zagin, to Rama, to the Thames, and so forth. And when we talk about traditional governance, and what is traditional governance? Because we elect the people we feel, that are fit for the position. We keep on thinking about the past in terms of moving forward, but we don't put into retrospect that evolution of what we've become. It's one thing to say we'll do this, but we've got to really understand where we're going to go in the future. And I think that's all I have to say today. Miigwech.
Ani Puchu. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say miigwech to Chief Rogers for her warm welcoming this morning, and it's an honor to be here in your community. And been here once before, and you guys have sure have come a long way and grown over the years, and it looks very impressive and very nice community you have. and your members, so I'm miigwech for that. But I'd like to acknowledge the Eagle staffs as well, and the medicines, and say miigwech to Gord for his teachings throughout the years. And you know, Gord always brings us something new every time in these circles and shares some of his stories, so those are good. But also I'd like to say miigwech to our Grand Chief and Deputy Grand Chief for their hard work over the years. I've been around for quite a while, some time too, and Pat, I'm going to go fishing with you there soon there, buddy. But I do want to share a story, and it does, it's something that just happened in the last couple of months, and it was my grandson. He was at school, and he's in a grade 6, and he's he was working on a project, and they do these, I guess, where they have to present to all the kids in their class and then to the school. And his project was, who am I? And I was taken away a little bit, but you know, it was he brought it up, and it all had to do with assimilation and loss of rights of who we are. And he always asked me, and I say, well, you're an Anishinaabe, buddy, but I says, even though you don't have that card, that plastic card, he says, that's what he says, I don't have one of those. I says, I know, and that's why he did this project, to bring aware to the people and the kids in the school that I'm an Anishinaabe, and this is what happened, and this is what the government has done to us, and by trying to assimilate all this. He was very good at that, very educated little young man, and he brought that, and I was so proud of him. And he moved on to the next level with this project. He went into the city championships, and then he won an award there, and it was the Ontario Award on Human Rights. So he got that award. So he made me very proud. And I know this is some of the things that Pat has talked about, our own citizenship laws and constitutions. And we don't need the government to tell us who we are and who our people are. So that's a fight that I will want to continue to keep going to. And again, my grandson, I was so proud of him for that. So, miigwech. And I just wanted to share that.
Miigwech. I was kind of falling asleep there, and then I was awoken by, I thought it was like Barry White or Lou Rawls grabbed the microphone there. I think you better check the bass speaker after this assembly. Anin Bojo, Zonagabwe Dijnakaz, Nabizing Dunjaba. I just want to say miigwech, first of all, for having me in your territory, Chief Rogers, and to all the sacred items in the center here, miigwech. I guess I'm not going to talk too long, but I have to kind of get something off my chest, because I've been increasingly getting more and more angry as we get closer to July 1st. And I'm sure everybody knows in January 2016, the Human Rights Tribunal ruled that the government of Canada was racially discriminating against 165,000 Indigenous children in this country, and today that's still a fact. And if I would encourage everybody to go to the Broadbent Institute website. There's a petition there that's calling for Canada to commit to changing that by July 1st, by Canada Day. So I encourage you all to go there and sign up for that petition. So in the last month or so, I've been getting a lot of phone calls from the surrounding areas of the outlying communities asking for Nipissing's participation in celebrations that they're having on Canada Day. And I found out that it's part of the funding conditions for their events that they're putting on is to have First Nation communities participate in their events. And I find that very insulting, to say the least. For them to call and you know, we've got some money here, can you come and dance for us or come and sing a song for us? And it's pretty insulting. So I'm asking everybody in the Assembly today that if we can come out of here over the next few days with a united stance on our position for the upcoming quote-unquote celebrations that are about to take place in our territories. My response to a lot of the media or the general public that have been asking me, you know, what are my thoughts? What do you think about, you know, Canada 150? And I've pretty much been saying the same thing over and over again. And that my response is that First Nation communities are far too busy trying to find their missing women and girls and pulling their children from rivers to be worrying about blowing up balloons and giant rubber ducks. So I just want us to stand united and maybe come up with a formal position statement over the next couple days on Canada 150. Miigwech.
Stand up here for a minute. Spin around once and do a little. No. Just kidding. You know, when you wear a Fitbit and if it don't move, it says you're sleeping. But I haven't been sleeping yet, so I had to kickstart it. Anyway, miigwech to Chief Rogers and your community for hosting our assembly and the warm welcoming. And I know it's going to be a great 3 days here in the territory. I'm Jim Marsden, Chief of Alderville First Nation, one of the 6 Mississauga bands that are all part of the Anishinabek Nation. 2 of my partners are here, Reg and Kelly. But I know Joe Muskokaman was here. He's the Southwest Grand Chief. I'd just like to say miigwech. And for the people who don't really know, Chief Badabi, he mentioned this morning a little bit, when Joe brought that idea of a delegation going to Vimy Ridge, it was agreed 100% by all the leadership, and I have to just say miigwech to all of you. For me, it was a special trip. I don't think I would ever get over to France, Vimy Ridge, and so I'm very grateful. And I'll tell you, it was one of the best groups of people I ever traveled with. And on April, I think it was 8th, we were invited there for the sunrise ceremony. And so there was all kinds of Anishinabek veterans and warriors, but there's high brass officers in attendance, government delegates there. And so Grand Chief had a chance to speak, and I had the nerve. I got up and spoke a little bit, explained who I was, who I represented, the southeast region of Ontario, but also Alderville First Nation. And I explained to the delegation, Alderville, we have 3 members on that memorial wall behind the big Vimy Ridge. And we have one road on Rice Lake. It's right on the shore of Rice Lake. It's called Vimy Ridge Road. So our veterans of World War I, they pooled all their monies they had all together with the band support and purchased that strip of land there. And they called that Vimy Ridge to honor the veterans. And it was meant for families to enjoy summer time by the lake or go fishing. But I'll tell you, it was just an awesome trip. But I also agree with Pat, and I think every member of that delegation that went to Vimy agrees the highlight was us tracking down Elder Joe's grandfather's resting place there in, I forget the name of that little town, Coax or something. There was a big battle there with the British and the other forces. But anyway, we found the military cemetery there, and we did have a ceremony. It was very emotional for all of us, and it was just so touching that to experience something like that. So, but another part, I had the Canadian Royal Legion come by, zone commander, and they got this book out for all veterans and anyone who served in all the wars, 1812 right up. He said, I noticed I've been at all your services in Alderville for Remembrance Day, looking at all those names, and I just happened to look in our Legion book, and there's no mention, no pictures of any of the Native warriors in any of these books. So he gave me an application. I'm going to share it with Marcy so she can get it into her own newsprint. But then I got thinking, well, maybe we should have our own editions for our own veterans, make up our own book that go way back. As you look through it, just little story on each veteran, right from the early wars, World War I, II, and even people serving in overseas or in the forces today. You know, a lot of them are recognized in this book. It's just keeping that own history. We have our own history of our veterans at home, but not together, just to show how strong our force is, you know. I think we need something like that. So maybe that's just another project that we could work on, a veteran book for our own Anishinabek nations. But, you know, there's been so much happening in Canada. You know, we do our battles with the pipelines, we're the ongoing nuclear waste problems, Chalk River, you know, all over Ontario. But then you look to these ongoing battles we're always facing. But one thing I never want to see our children, our grandkids, scared to go to see a concert, a sporting event. So I hope the world leaders out there can make some sense out of everything and fix this problem up that we're all going to be facing. But hope that day never comes where our kids are scared to go to a movie or something like that. But just want to put that out there. But under Truth and Reconciliation, there's 15 young kids from Alderville from, I think, grade 1 to grade 8. They took on this project to tell the story of Alderville. 180 years now is Alderville's birthday. We're our anniversary from our move from Grape Island in the Bay of Quinte to our present day Alderville. And man, the story of those kids put on, because there's a couple books about our move, but you know, it showed the natives trapping down the Ottawa River, the Rideau Canal future site, and settling in Kingston, that whole north shore of Lake Ontario. And they had the point from Grape Island when the missionaries were teaching the natives then how to farm, you know, like all that stuff anyway, but just the way they duplicated everything pretty darn good. But anyway, that's something we got to keep our own history alive and teach it in schools too. But anyway, miigwech.
Anin, Bojo, Ted Williams, Dijnikaj Ramadonjaba, Gigo, Dodem. I'd like to acknowledge all the sacred items, the chiefs, the elders, members of council, and miigwech, Chief Rogers, for hosting a lovely community. It's great. I was here 30 years ago. Big difference. Huge. Well done. I am here on behalf of my chief, Rod Naganash. Chief Naganash couldn't be here. He's got some serious issues that he has to deal with on behalf of the Rama First Nation. I'd like to acknowledge and thank all of my colleagues on council for I don't know if they appointed me, elected me, or just told me to go. But I have a colleague over here. She's up in the back wall. Tracy Snakes, lady in the pink up there. Now, Tracy, I have to let you know that Tracy's father he was on council for 40 some odd years. I think it was like 40 years straight. And he would be a member in attendance over the course of the years. I've been coming to the union meeting since 1982. I was on council as a kid, and I was here in 1986 as a chief. And then I took a 26-year break. I was reelected in 2014. Everybody else was reelected from the council in 2014, and I got up and gave my acceptance speech, and I said, thanks for re-electing me. And they said, well, you weren't on council last time. I said, no, you re-elected me. It took me 26 years to get back, but I'm back. And the one constant that I've seen over the last 35, almost 40 years, I've been in leadership in Rama, working with organizations such as the Union and the Chiefs of Ontario, is Pat Madavi. Pat played hockey with us in the mid-70s for Rama. Yeah, he was a good pylon. Not really. Pat was not a bad hockey player. He was pretty good. But we really appreciated his support of the community. And as I sit here and I heard the word relationship, and I take it to a different level, that we're all related. And one of my cousins is Chief Phyllis from Curve Lake. She's my second cousin. Then I have a third cousin from Shawniga, Chief Pamajuan. I have relatives in Magnetawan. I have relatives in Cape Croker. I have relatives in Georgina Island, Curve Lake, obviously, and relatives in Hiawatha. And there's nothing that I enjoy more when we get together like this is to just greet each other and have a chat. We all have our issues. We all have challenges in our lives, in our communities. But when you get together and chat with one another about family and friends and old times, and the humor and the laughter comes out, it's a beautiful thing. It allows us to grow and get stronger and build as a nation, and I'm thankful for that. I'm 61. I don't mind telling you, I'll be 61 this month. So I've been around, and one of the things that I noticed, the chief had mentioned that she was the first woman chief here, ever. I recall going back to 1982. I think Flora, Tabamnang, and I'm not sure who else. Elsie not. And I think those were the only two at that time. That's 35 years ago. And so we've come a long way. And how things have changed as far as the process of the Anishinabek AGM. It's totally different than what I had witnessed back in 1982, for the better, way better. And that's due to the leadership of all of the individuals that have come before us. And one of them that just won't go away, Pat. But it's been a real blessing to actually witness our development as a nation over that short period of time, because it's a relatively short period of time in my view. I want to share a story. My daughter, I brought her to the last, whether it's union meetings or Chiefs of Ontario or AFN. She's a well-educated young woman, And she found a job. Now she can start paying for that car that I've given her. But she's working for the AFN as a senior education policy analyst, and she was coming out of the office, and somebody yelled at her because she's good looking. She gets her good looks from her mom. Somebody yelled at her, "Hey, Pocahontas!" And she was shocked. She was shocked. She sent me a message right away because she was hurt. She was hurt. And, you know, I did the best I could to, you know, support her and encourage her and give her some strength, but it just hurt. And what that said to me is that as much as we have gone through and you know, there's some progress that has been made, that there's a lot of progress still yet to be made. And just as we have grown in the last 35, 40 years, if not more, I know that, you know, whenever I go out and I'm asked about Canada 150, and I get asked quite a bit because a lot of associates are non-native. And basically I said, like, well, enjoy your celebration, but we've been here for many, many years. And the thing that gets me is they want us to give them money to help them celebrate. I'm like, what's up with that? You know, you don't celebrate, you don't send us any money for First Nations Day. You know, you enjoy our fireworks when you put your boat on the lake. But something is askew there. And, you know, but we're working towards taking that opportunity to reconcile with our non-native communities. And it's a tough job, but as one of the chiefs had said earlier, it's all of our responsibilities. They also have a responsibility to that cause as well. Anyway, miigwech, it's been a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be amongst friends in the Anishinabek. Miigwech.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Chief Rogers for letting us come to our community here. And I'd like to express something that is very, very, very serious in my position. I've been a fisher from Kettle Point from probably, I don't know, 50 years. And I just want to make us all aware of some of the exotics that are out there in the lake right now. There's zebra mussels out there, there's purple loosestrife, there's phragmites out there, and there's the spiny water flea. I can tell you that because I'm a fisher from Kettle Point, you know. I'm 68 years old, I'm getting old and fat, but so what, you know? But anyways, I'd just like to make everyone aware. You know, we got to secure a future for the generations that are forthcoming. I'm speaking for the unborn, okay? And I want to make sure that we have something left for our children. When I say that, all these exotics that are out there, they came from ballast water ships traveling through our freshwater system. You know, I don't know whether it's got to do with the trade and commerce, or whether the letter should go to, you know, the top government officials. But I'll tell you, they're playing with our generation's children, and we got to really make sure that doesn't happen. And I'd like to make it very clear that this is a very serious problem. You know, I got respect for our elders. You know, Pat, Gord, every one of these people here, Peter, you know, it's a very serious problem to me. And I'd like to thank my chief Tom for letting me come up here and explain to each and every one of us, because I think this is very, very serious. We got to protect something for our future generations. Miigwech.
Bonjour again. Everyone's thanking me for providing the location and place for this assembly. But I must tell you that when we were asked if we would be willing to host, Anishinabek Council did not hesitate. They said, oh yes, we have to have it here. So, miigwech to my council. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my love for my community. I love my community. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the support of my husband and my family. I want to thank the Southwest Chiefs, the Southwest Chiefs, for being so kind to me since I came into the position in August. They've supported me. They've made me laugh. The humor is great. And I have to say, my council, my band council, you know, we may have issues that we disagree and argue about, but we can still laugh together. And when we walk out that door, we're still friends. And that's important. I have a passion for my community. I have a passion for the youth. And I think, you know, what I strive to do every day is just to be kind. Be kind to my members. Be kind to our neighbors. And it does me good. So, thank you very much. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you, Chief Rogers, for welcoming us to your community. I'm Duncan Mishano. I'm Chief at Beektagang. Beektagang, for those who don't know where it is right on the north shore of Lake Superior. And I welcome each and every one of you to come and visit us at some time. I also want to thank Gord for the teachings he gave us in regards to the clan system. We have our election this fall in September, and it's a typical two-year Indian Act election. However, it will probably be our last Indian Act election. We have developed and passed our Chinaknagayon, our Constitution, last summer. And under that Constitution, we have the ability to create our own laws, as well as develop our own election code. And we're in the process right now of developing that code. It's not ready, so we're not prepared to do that this fall, but probably in 2 years from September, we'll go to the community to look at passing our own election code. As part of that whole election code, we are looking at how we can incorporate the clan system in our governance. We got no idea how that's going to happen, but we're determined we're going to use the clan system somehow. And we'll probably be looking to elders and experts and maybe Gord for advice on how we can do that. So it's going to be a drastic change for our people. In the end, they'll have to ratify it and tell us to go ahead with it, but I'm confident that the people will understand what we're trying to do, because it will give them more power in the everyday governance in our community and take some of that power away from the chief. And that's what we need. in regards to developing those laws, we see some issues developing because right now the province of Ontario doesn't even, the judicial system in Ontario doesn't even prosecute banned bylaws. What's going to happen now when we develop laws under our Chinaknagewin? Who's going to enforce those? Because Ontario right now doesn't even prosecute banned bylaws. They were told not to. So we're probably going to have to, as Anishinabek Nation, develop our own judicial system, as well as our own laws under our own separate constitutions. Because who's going to prosecute and who's going to enforce those laws for us if we don't do them ourselves? Ontario's not going to do it. So I'd like to leave that thought with you in regards to developing our own judicial system, because we're going to need a system like that to be able to put our own laws in place and enforce our own laws under our own separate constitution or Chinaknagawin.
I was advised that we're going to be taking a break for 10 minutes, so we'll return in 10 minutes and then we'll restart and I'll open it with my comments.
Oh, and Chief Kells is in here, going to listen to you. So if we can have all the Gimas back in the circle, we can continue.
Don't worry, you can go to sleep after. Give me your notepad. It's got about 10 pages. Just give me that notepad. About 10 pages of notes. After all, we never get a chance to talk anywhere, right? He's talking at us. This is our chance. I'm going to take up the slack. I got 10 pages. I brought my shipping bag. For you, I'm going to slow it down. For those that have to come after me, I'm going to slow down my speech. So I brought my blanket. I'm going to take my sweet time. I'm going to slow it down. You guys can get happy feet there. And I have a theme, and you can try and figure it out. You got 30 seconds to make up your mind. You can still leave. Otherwise, it's going to be happy feet time. Reminds me, I forgot my papers. Important paper. In fact, won't speak yet.
Okay.
Very important. Yeah, my speech. I forgot. Who hit it?
Somebody hit it.
Who hit it?
I think the last time you were in the talking circle, you had his book too the last time.
Yeah, you did. Book he was reading and a book he wrote in. Reading. Yeah, he's got it there.
That's right.
My speech. They're coming. Yeah. Page 1. There's 150 pages.
Get to the point and keep it brief.
Yeah, I did. I told you guys I brought my sleeping bag.
Okay, we're going to start. With or without you. Wawaskanokwe Dijnakas, Mikanak Dodam, Ganabajing Dojaba. My name is Elaine Johnson. I'm the chief of Serpent River First Nation, and I want to acknowledge the Eagle staffs, acknowledge the elders, all the chiefs, all the community members, acknowledge the chief from this community, and to thank you and her and all of the council and the community members for your hospitality here. I was listening to some of the speeches earlier, and I too, along with the chief from here, want to say grateful for my people back home, because without them, I wouldn't be here as the chief here. And to acknowledge that they are the ones that elected me to be here as the chief. One of the things that I heard one of our young people said that they were here to listen and to hear what we were doing for youth. And I want to acknowledge the chief again from this community. And I think that, you know, looking at the young people, the little ones, that was so powerful this morning to see those young ones. And they were speaking in the language, singing in the language. Even though it was O Canada, it was still important. And that they had their traditional regalia. So I think that's something that we, you know, when we're talking about our young people, that we really need to encourage. One of the things that is happening in my community is that our council has made the language a standing item at our council table. And we do have a committee to look at the language. And the reason I need to say this to you is we just had an elder pass away last week. And one of our elders that speaks the language said that he was so sad to see her pass away to the spirit world, because very few of our elders are left in the community that can speak the language. And so, you know, it really hit me when he said that. And it is so true. A lot of our people that are speakers, if we don't take hold of this, we're going to lose the language. And so one of the things that our council has said is that we need to develop a strategy. And they've been looking at different things to try and encourage the language being spoken in our community. And one of the things that our committee has talked about is, well, we have many people that don't have jobs in our community. So why don't we pay people to learn the language? You know, it's a sad thing to say, but I think the thing is, we know that we've got poverty in our community. We don't have a lot of people that have jobs. So if we can find a way to pay people to learn the language, and when we've talked about that with some of the young people and some of the people in our community, they said, yes, I'd be glad to do that. But they'd also like to do that too without being paid. So this is something that we're kind of looking at, is how can we do that so that we can get people to learn the language. There's many other things that we're talking about as far as the language, but I just wanted to share that with you. And so I think it's really important when we're talking about initiatives for our young people is how do we encourage our young people to learn that language and to practice it. So I wanted to share that in regards to our young people. But the other thing I think we need to really take into consideration is that many of our people are hurting from the past histories that we've had in our communities. And so we're still dealing, that's another standing item that we have in our community, is drug and alcohol and addictions. We're looking at that as a community and saying, what do we, in our community, what do we need to do? And so we had a community opening event, I guess. This has been the second time. The first time, we didn't have too many people show up. The second time, we had more people come. And I think what was important is that the people in the community needed to look at it as we're talking about the drug and alcohol situation in our community, not as a punishing way, but how do we help those that want that help? And I think that was the important message that people need to hear, is that for those that are ready and want to work towards that healing, how do we help them? And so, you know, it's not a quick process. It's slow process. It's a healing process. And I think that's something that's hard sometimes for some people because they want a quick fix. And it's not going to be fixed overnight. We're looking at different things about how we can do that healing, whether it's connection to the land, to our traditions, to our language. How do we look at that healing that our people need? And so that's some of the things that we're looking at in regards to drug addiction, alcohol in our community. So when I look at it, and I recall the last time that we had this talking circle, I heard many of you, many of our leaders here in the circle talking about the same issues. We're all struggling with that. We have mental health issues in our community. And some of them are very serious mental health issues. We have young people that are, have been thinking about suicide, or, they've even tried to do it. And so we need to really tackle that issue. But I think that there are lots of positive things also in our community, and that's why I say I was really grateful for those young people that were here this morning, because it gives me hope when I see them in their traditional regalia and I hear them singing in the language. That is very powerful. And so it was unfortunate that they weren't part of our grand entry, because it would have been nice to see them as part of our grand entry. But I thought it was a very powerful message that they gave us this morning. I think it's hard for us as leaders sometimes to be chief and even in council in our community, because there's so many issues, and sometimes we're being asked to fix those issues, and sometimes we can't. And I remember a couple of years ago, there was a chief that talked about, I feel like I have a target on my back. Sometimes you do feel like that. And then there are other times when you feel, you know what, I've got that support as well, where, somebody wants to give me a hug, or they acknowledge, something that you've done. So it's not easy being a leader in the community, because you do have some negative things, and then you have some positive things, and you always have to look at that balance between the two. And so I'm grateful for the medicines. I'm grateful for the elders that pass on those teachings that remind us of those balance. So if I can say anything in regards to this talking circle, I think it's important, and I'm grateful for the teachings that are given to us to remember our clans, to remember our medicines, to remember what our elders have to teach us, and that we can pass that on to our young people and to our community. So I say miigwech for that, for this opportunity to share that with you. Miigwech.
Oni bojo Kawenge Anishinabek Meswaging Donjaba Neme Dodum, Chief Reg Niganabi, the Mississauga First Nation. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the sacred items here before us. Acknowledge that drum, acknowledge those Benoji that were here dancing for us, and our elders who give us that guidance and leadership through the ceremonies. I'd also like to say thank you to the community of Amjanong for the gracious hosts that they've been so far. Miigwech, chi miigwech. Where to begin? I guess I'll start with our young Anishinaabe Kwei's request of telling us how our youth are doing. And I can say the youth in Mississauga are doing very well. And that's a big thing for me. It hasn't always been that way. But now we're on that path. Our young ones are inquisitive about our history, and that's important. They want to learn more about how all this process works. So we feed that fire and we tell them all the time. Any questions they have, we don't hesitate to answer them as best we can. So our youth are doing really well. We recently had a passing of a young man, about 25 years old. He was killed in an accident in our community. But through that, we saw the beauty and the unity of my community as we all came together, everybody, from not only in the First Nation, but in the town next to us, the town of Blind River. He was killed on the highway, and about 3 days after the accident had happened, they went out there and held ceremony for where the accident had taken place to help finish walking him the rest of the way home, because he wasn't far from home where he was killed. And although there was probably about 70 people from my community there, there was probably about 80 people from the neighboring community there who came out to participate in the ceremony and shed those tears with us and told us how beautiful that was and how they wish they had those sort of things to help themselves in their communities. Although Mississauga does have its obstacles, that's all they are. They're just obstacles. We face them, we find a solution, and we leap over them as best we can. In the town next to us, they used to have a road called Colonization Road. Last year, I approached that community and I asked them to change the name of that road, and without hesitation, that night, they voted yes, they would change that name of that road. And as of this morning, that road was changed to Young Fox Road. And on Aboriginal Day, we'll honor that community of Blind River for changing that name at our request without a hesitation. Now, granted, there were people who live on Colonization Road who weren't appreciative of the name change as it came about. But when we had a community engagement with them and we told them what that meant and what that colonization meant to us, they understood right away. And what caught me off guard at that meeting was that there was this Jaganash elder who stood up and got in front of his community, and he told his community, as far as I understand the Robinson-Huron Treaty, this arena and this community center that we stand in right now in Blind River sits right in Mississauga First Nation territory as it relates to the Robinson-Huron Treaty. As far as I'm concerned, we built a very nice arena for Mississauga right here inside this territory. And that blew me away, and everybody laughed, and he was right. He was dead on. He was right. As the treaty reads, from the River Penawabakong to the River Mississauga up to the First Rapids, that's exactly where that building sat, and half the town sits within that. And as soon as the people learned and realized that from that gentleman, they realized that their impact on us, changing the name of a colonization road, is the least that they could do. And our communities have grown closer since then. And those are the things that we do with our Truth and Reconciliation and our 150. We didn't take any of that funding, and neither did the community next to us, really, but we work together in that capacity now. We're moving forward together. We recently had some pictographs, or it came to light that there was pictographs in our area that were painted over with spray paint. As soon as that news story broke, I had a call from the mayor right away, who had people calling her and letting her know that that's not what that community stands for, and they want us to help as best they can to either clean it or protect it further. So we're working in that capacity to do that also. As of Wednesday, the OPP will be going out there to assess what was damaged and what wasn't with our elders, to go see what had taken place out there. Is it new stuff? Is it old stuff? Because prior to all of us and prior to building all these bridges back in 1994, that wouldn't have been possible at all. And last year we recently had the passing of one of the great pillars and chiefs in our community, Chief Douglas Daybutch, and this year we honored him with his clan symbol in our council chambers, where it's going to sit as a reminder of who he was and what he did for our community and protection that he gave to our community. Because during that 1994 time, during that land settlement of that time, he was the chief at the time and he had to face those threats, not just for, they were actual death threats at times. And also advocating harm to his family, because he had a young family at the time, 3 children. So we know at those times, those were those times when those pictographs were painted, but we've come a long way since then, and a lot of that stuff is older paint that has been put over them, and as we move forward, we're working together now. So I have a lot of hope and pride in my community and how we're working together and how we're moving forward in these leaps and bounds that I mentioned. The protection of our land, we haven't given up on that. We're one of those communities that they talk about burying the nuclear waste in. And we haven't relented on saying no to that from the day they first announced it to today. We don't know where that'll go from here, but we do know that we do have our Chinook Nagay when we did pass our Constitution 2 years ago. And now we're close to developing our very first law coming out of that within the next couple of months. And we're very confident that when that law is challenged, it will be successful and it will be upheld by us. Not by Ontario, not by Canada, but by Mississauga First Nation as our own self-determination. So it's exciting times for us, and I'm looking forward to it. And with that, I'll leave it at that. Miigwech.
Just for that, I'm going to add 10 minutes. Get out your sleeping bag, take off your glasses, dry your eyes. Hello, everybody. I'm Chief Shining Turtle from the Ojibways of Whitefish River. It's my privilege to be here now for 16 years. I can't believe that, 16 years. So to my friends that are calling on me to stop early, after 16 years, you're entitled to a few perks, as it were. I want to thank my fellow speakers, Chief Niganabi, for your pioneering work in your community. I'm just astounded by your leadership, Miigwech. To the Chief of Serpent River for your undying thoughtfulness about wellness. We face the same things in our communities about drug and alcohol. Recently, in one of our studies on police, they found that police that go into our community, the first thing they're dealing with is alcohol, number one. Very first thing. So I want to thank you for that, and our previous speakers, my good friend in Nipissing, and all of you that have been very kind with what you're sharing with us. It's we're no different. We have we're in the same boat. But I would not want to be in any other boat. So the speech begins. If elected at the next Grand Council, oh, I thought you were nominating me. You be careful what you ask for. So my presentation this afternoon is entitled Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Can you say that? Wonder Woman. So my presentation is Wonder Woman. You will have until the next Grand Council to determine, because I don't know, maybe one of you might figure it out. But you have till next fall to figure out why I titled my speech Wonder Woman. And it is a speech. First of all, to our friends from Amjinang, Miigwech. I'm very grateful to our people. I remember Chief Plain, Chris Plain. Very kind, very respectful, and very genuine leader. Awesome, very awesome guy. The work we did on Little NHL. I remember coming here, and I remember Chief Plain being just so excited about hosting Little NHL. And of course, we're one of the founding bands of Little NHL, and it was an honor to watch the growth of Amjinang in that series. So to you and your community, Chimiigwech. I want to acknowledge my counselor. I have Kara McGregor up there. Kara, would you want to stand up, please? She's one of our up-and-coming shining stars in my community. She's a woman. She is one of our Wonder Women. She is taking a lot of leadership on in our community, and I just congratulate her. Miigwech. I also want to thank my council. I have a very, very good council. It hasn't always been that way, and it hasn't always been easy, but I have a very good council. And I'll say this, I don't have any better people in the world that I represent than the people of Whitefish River. I'm sorry you feel the same way, but you haven't been in our community. So whenever you get a chance, you can come on over. I want to talk about signage. Some of you that are in our territory see a beautiful sign. We reposted our beautiful sign, and it's a territorial sign. It's a treaty territory sign. We've taken a lot of abuse about that sign, but we love it. We love having people talk about it because it talks about 1836 and it talks about 1850. But the abuse that we're getting, though, isn't coming from our neighbors, our Anishinaabe neighbors. They're coming from our non-natives, friends who don't understand the treaty relationship. So we do signs. I think those that have seen the sign know that Whitefish River does signs better than most. So it's a powerful symbol in our community and something we're deeply proud of. And we'll keep moving that sign. And where that sign is, that's where they should have measured the 1850 boundary line. Unfortunately, they didn't. So we're working on that. To my fellow chiefs, and I've seen many of you over 16 years, we've had differences. Yeah, we've disagreed. I remember when we fought about the Self-Governance Act. It was me and Sean Brissett that really went at it in Sault Ste. Marie. Really went at it. It wasn't fun. Sometimes we were isolated, sometimes we were alone, sometimes we were together. There were things that we argued about. I'm sorry about that. I really am. I'm sorry we disagreed. In the coming days, we will disagree, likely. But we can always shake hands. We can always shake hands. And I would say to all of you. I thank you for being in this boat. I wouldn't want it any other way. You're a wonderful audience. It's fun. For me, sometimes it's deeply frustrating, but we're getting there. So I thank you for taking on leadership roles, like the chief in Nipissing coming on board, and we have the young chief in Chaging. We have some young, fabulous leaders coming. We got the women chiefs coming along here. It's amazing to see. So I thank you for being with us, beside our differences. We're not as different as we think. I think we're all in this together. I'm only halfway through. So I have a gift. I brought a gift. Instead of coming to take something, I wanted to give something back. So it was just a bit of a change. I knew you guys brought gifts, so I brought one. I have to present this gift to somebody. I'm going around the room. Is it you? No. So this is from our people. We're your friend, Pat. You know, we do chief's work, but we're your friend. You've come to our community, you've come to talk to our young people, and you've left a lasting impression on them. There are going to be a lot of leaders coming out of our community. You've come to our schools, you've been to our wakes, you've been there through the suicides in our community. Yeah, we know who our friends are. It's a small gift. It's something that your friends nichke. That's what giving is. Thank you for giving your time. I know next year you're finished, right? And we wouldn't get the time to say this to you here, because next year it's all going to change. We'll be lobbying each other for who should be the next Grand Chief. And we'll forget your work. That's how quick it goes, eh? Nichke. Thank you for everything. Like, to all the communities that you've touched. It's meaningful. It's meaningful stuff. It takes time. But I hope that takes you along. Miigwech. I would say this, we don't agree with you when you're speaking there, but you're a very kind human being. I want you to know that we know how kind you are and where your love is for your nation. That means a lot. Okay, the way forward. Let me talk about the way forward. I don't know what it is. I simply don't know. After 16 years, I've come to that conclusion. But I would say this. Love will always be louder. It will always guide us. That's what the elders taught me at home. There is no other way. So am I afraid about that future? No, I'm like Chief Niganabi. I'm optimistic because our love is louder. It's love in our homes, in our communities, amongst each other, in our friendships, and everything that we do. I've learned that. And I want to thank you for bringing that to me. On attitude. And we got lots of it. I've got a 12-year-old who's giving me lots of attitude lately. But that's not what we need. I would say this about attitude. We need to engage in an I can attitude. I can learn my language, right? I can befriend somebody. I can say I'm sorry. I can say I love somebody. I can say I can care. I can is so much more powerful than I won't. Or I don't. And beyond that, I know we all have the IQ. We have it. That's been given to us. That's what people are so afraid of. And with that, I'd say the only thing I can say is Nigan. Nigan Pane. Aha miigwech. And if somebody can figure out the title to that was Wonder Woman. Somebody wants to figure that out, let me know. $500 if you can figure it out. Miigwech.
Oh, miigwech. Well, we didn't get to see page 1. He went right to the back page. Well, Miugeni, I'll be real short here, I hope, because I do have some more words I'd like to share with all of us on the closing, my closing remarks. I'd like to, we have our citizens sitting with us. And I see you, it's on the agenda. We had nothing more else to call it but open mic. You know, if we don't have time today, in the future, I hope we still leave that open because we want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. I want to learn. We want to learn. And hearing the voice from Kettle Stony Point on the fishing. See, if I hear that somewhere down the road at the government table, I will remember that. So there's a lot of things that you know that you can share with us what we need to know. That's what that open mic is supposed to be. So when we leave here or other future meetings after we hear from you, we want to weigh your thoughts, your ideas when we make them decisions. So that opens up beyond this circle. So again, if something good happens tomorrow, I hope you can say, hey, that was my idea, or I was a part of that. I had a share in that decision. That's what we want you to feel like to these decisions that we have to make. So that's the purpose of the open mic, and what we're hearing here, everyone's right on. The open mic is not to cut any one of us down. We're asking for your assistance and your help to make them big decisions outside for the betterment of our community. So I want to say that much because it's already 4 or some or 5 o'clock. So if we don't do it today, or we'll do it in the morning because I'd like to hear from you. I like that. I'm not on Facebook. I never will be. I know I'm talked about on there. But that helps us when again, like I say, to do our job a lot better, more stronger than we can say to any minister or government, this ain't me, this is this is their thoughts and their hope. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Nimeyonka Kwe, Nadinshakaz, Deshkan Zibing, Nadonjaba, Mayinga Nadodam, Anishinabek Kwe Ndao. Just ditto on everything that everybody's been saying. The one thing I do echo Chief McLeod's frustration in terms of Celebrate 150. I've been getting a lot more of those calls as we get closer to the day, and getting a lot grumpier in responses to those calls. And because I had not heard from them before. They're rural towns that want to invite us, and they've not ever reached out before. But now they are, and they want us to come for, a half an hour or so and share a song. So what I've been saying to everybody that asked me about this is that there's not a lot to celebrate. And that if we want to talk about anything, we're going to talk about the next 150. And if you're willing to sit down and spend the time that's needed to talk about the next 150, then I'll clear my calendar for that. But if you're not, then no, we can't come that day. So we've not gotten some of those calls back. But a couple of them have taken me up on it, and I'll be presenting to their councils. But so I understand, I echo that, and I would love to have some sort of statement about that being said. The other thing you should know is I was asked to sit on Celebrate 150, a provincial group, and unfortunately I wasn't able to attend every meeting. The one that I did attend, they did come down to a decision about an education type touring something. And but my concern was that we weren't going to have a legacy, that it might be a one-time event, and that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for something that's going to push everything 150 years forward. So what will that be? And it won't cost them much. I think it's simple. It's about legislation change. It could be simple as making their municipal act require any new development in any city in Ontario would require a recognition of the Indigenous peoples in their neighboring areas. That doesn't cost them anything. So there's a lot of things that they could be thinking about differently in terms of the next 150. So I'm happy to have those conversations. I'm not too excited about talking about the last 150. And I just want to acknowledge, so what does that look like? I hear Chief Naganabe, about your work with the city, with your local municipalities. And we had the one thing I do want to add that might be a little bit different is we're working really hard to raise up our business people in Chippewa-the-Thames. And we held a business gala last Friday evening that was really well attended, and we had, it was a really good feeling of community where we celebrated and found out that we actually have 58 business people coming from Chippewas of the Thames, and no one would have ever guessed that going in. We made an exclusive event, and really the team did an incredible job over at Chippewa, the staff there, and making them feel really special. It was a red carpet event, and got all dressed up and had fun and gave out awards. I want to tell this because the young person there from our council, youth council, asked about what was some of the things you're doing for your youth. So what we did was we included 8 awards for business people, and one of the awards was called Rising Star. And so we honored anybody under the age of 18 that had a business enterprise or a one-time event or was raising money for charity, and really acknowledging those entrepreneurship skills. And so we had a young fellow who has a lawn cutting business honored that evening, Douglas Cornelius. And so it was such a well-attended event and well-received that we'll do it again. And we'll get our people together in terms of acknowledging our businesses. Many of them I didn't even realize. We had at least 7 in attendance that were 25 years plus in our communities, running businesses and employing our people and giving back to the community in so many ways over those 25 plus years. So it was just a really, really good feeling to be part of that and to hear and watch people celebrate each other in the community about the different things we were doing as business people. But last thing I want to say is this work we're doing, as I hear Elder Gordon talk about the songs and the medicines and the pipe carriers and the work that we have to do in regards to that. And when he was talking, all I could think about was, we got work to do back at Deshkan Zibing. I don't know that our drum group or young people would know that song. So if we were to host an event like this, that they would be able to sing that song. And yet that's the thing that makes us Anishinabek. That's the thing that makes us one together. We're not caught in a political, discussion or debate about a particular issue. But it's those things like that bind us as an Anishinabek nation, as I heard our Grand Chief talk about in his opening remarks. That's his wish, to get rid of that union name and just be Anishinabek nation. So I'm wondering, how do I help him in that regard? How do I help Chippewa, the Thames see their role as Anishinabek people under or alongside all of you as a Anishinabek nation? And maybe that's one thing we'll do, is we'll commit to knowing those songs and carrying those songs and making sure that we can sing them if there was ever a time that we hosted a gathering where Anishinabek people would gather. So I'm just thinking about that, what the Grand Chief is asking us to all think about, and what we could do to enhance that understanding within our own people and our own councils, what being Anishinabek nation means. So just some reflections on that, and miigwech again for all the chiefs and their sharing. I've been learning a lot here. Miigwech.
My name is Leroy Olson, Muncie Delaware Nation, Wolfcan, Southwest Elder. Just want to say thanks to Chief Rogers and her council and the community for their hospitality. It's been real good. We were talking about culture development or language development. Maybe some of the new chiefs don't know that in an Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership there is a clause for spending there called cultural development. So just so you know. And I know our council is having language classes twice a month. I don't know where they get the money from, but they're still keeping that going. So that's good. And children learn that pretty fast. I got some orders from the chief to say here, if I can remember them all. June 30th, the Healing Lodge will be reopened. They're going to have a celebration down there, so everybody's invited that can attend. And July 1st and 2nd is our gathering at the powwow. Free admission, so everybody's welcome to that. And hope everybody has a good meeting. Thank you.
Baju. Sungizi de Gom Makokturum. Pajab Gzagi Nishnabek Donji. I'm also, and the elders asked me to do this. I met with them last week from my community. They also asked me to say that I'm also not just the Chief of Rocky Bay, but also for our people, for the former band of McIntyre Bay and former band of McDermott. They asked that I acknowledge that because it goes back into our history. I'd also like to acknowledge the chief. Beautiful land you have here. It's awesome. I just felt like I was in a park there and back there. So it's beautiful in the lodge and stuff. I acknowledge the sacred items and Gordon and his prayers, his guidance. I left my reserve when I was young because there was people dying of alcohol. My age were dying of alcohol and drugs. So I joined the army just to get the heck out of there because I could see myself just being raised in an alcoholic family where there was various abuses happening in the family. And so there was no other end to go except die or just get caught up in that. But I was watching my friends my age die, so I wanted to change. So I did join the army, and I got out of there because it was just so bad at that time. And I traveled, I learned a lot. Learned a lot about the white man's world, military, but almost like logic how things are done in life. why there's laws. And I'm actually glad, Gordon, because I did a lot of SCABA long years of my life. So it's always good to hear you make those corrections for when things are out of turn, because there's actually no shortcuts in life. You can't make your own laws that goes against the natural law, because you got to pay the price for that. And then since January, we have 10 people died in my community, 4 in the last month and a half from the same family. And I look at that, it's got to do with addictions, but it's almost got a lot to do with not having any kind of laws or rules to follow to make sure that you're safe, and having consideration, which is when you're in the state of mind of intoxication on substance or alcohol, consideration for your family and friends and your little ones. So I did join the Army, I left, and I did travel, and I learned a lot. Went to school as well, but more so, I think I've learned a lot humanness when I was in Scarborough. I learned so much about the land, how important the land is. And I appreciate our uncle over there who talked about the exotic creatures coming into our lands, because we're fighting that on Lake Nipigon as well. And fighting for our land and our water, because I know it's so important. I appreciate what Chief McLeod has said as well, because I also stand for that very strongly. But you know, for our youth, and I appreciate what the youth who sat in the circle who said, I'm willing to sit and talk, I'm willing to bring the youth here, I'm willing to do anything I can do for a future. Because you know, I grew up in the land. I grew up snaring rabbits, taking to the elders, like my dad and mom taught me the language. Those things I grew up that old way before. And you know, and when I tell stories to kids now, I still remember the stories my dad and them used to tell. And I used to think, holy man, that must have been a long time ago. It is to the little ones. But to me, it's almost like yesterday. But I think it's important for our youth of our, not just my community, for our nation. And you know what? A lot of times it's having to actually do that stuff with them, because when you say no shortcuts, it's not having to go out and learn how to carry your own wood, you know, make your own fires, get your own fish and stuff. And plus we're fighting with all these damages that they're doing to our land and our water and making our people sicker. I was at a meeting 2 weeks ago. They talked about the arsenic in our land and the water because of the mines coming in and letting that go. And I think about all this stuff. They're saying, what can we do? What can we do? And I always thought, why don't you just leave our land alone? And you know, it's gone past that point now, because our damage is done. We're doing a mercury study in our land, and the males in our community and from around the lake, they're already infected with the mercury. So we're going to die of mercury poison, the male generation, and we pass that gene on. That's a given. But what can we do? And sitting in a circle and being with listening to the leaders, working with the union, working with Pat, working with Glenn, really gives a lot of insight of the bigger picture of what needs to be done. It's a lot easier said than done when it comes down to community level, trying to get stuff. But I went to Paris. I was a veteran. I'm a veteran, but I was able to go to France with these guys, and I had a good chance to see the bigger picture, especially when it came to acknowledging for our veterans. It was a great time. It was tiring. I think catching up with the sleep was the biggest deal there, and learning how to understand French, or not understanding French, because we really got to do a lot there. We had that sunrise ceremony. Was really important because they put the water drum out there. Elders asked me before I left that if we couldn't do a ceremony to bring the spirit of their uncle back, because they always wanted to do that. So we actually did. I went to that ceremony the day before the 100th commemorative of the First World War. We actually had a sunrise ceremony. I think we got there 3:30 in the morning. But when we did the ceremony, there was some elders from out west, a male and female, and they did the water drum out there, and it was really powerful because right in that song was to bring our veteran spirit back to our land. That's what that was about. And right in the midst of it, in the middle of that song, there was a breeze, nice morning. It was a cold morning. It wasn't cool. It was a cold morning. I remember that. We thought it was going to be nice and warm there. It was freezing. But right in the midst of that song, a nice warm breeze came over there, and that's what. And they were crying when the elders talked about that, and that was our spirits of our fallen came back home to our lands. So that was something very powerful for that day. But just one short story there. When I was in the military, it was about doing stuff for people, you know. It's almost the same what we do here. But so when we're there, we were having breakfast one morning. And then I asked guys, what do you guys want? What kind of eggs do you want? Sunny side up, wanted flipped or whatever. So I went to there was a stove, and I didn't realize it was an open kitchen, but it was a stove, and there was a big plate, but it was red hot. So I squirted a whole bunch of oil on there. Just real fast, and I said, this is a good hot stove, man. And I dropped a bunch of eggs on there. Before I realized, as I was putting the eggs on there, I looked down and I see a bunch of little frying pans. And the lady come walking over, and she got mad at me because I ruined her stove. I put her eggs right on the stove. I thought it was a grill. Yeah, they just got hard on there, and that lady come over, she looked at me, and she just unplugged the stove and just walked away real mad, and it was, ended up eating raw eggs. But anyways, that was a chuckle for a while, because we were able to get along, and well, that's why I thought it was a hot plate anyways. But it was a good time, and you know what, and this time to hear, listen to the chiefs and the elders and the people here, you know, it's awesome, it's good education. Something for me to take back, so I just want to say miigwech.
He was 3 minutes longer than Shining Turtle. Afternoon, everyone. My name's Ed Wawier. I'm the chief of the Red Rock Indian Band. And usually when it comes to speaking, I pass the baton pretty quick. But my mom always used to say, when you get a chance to speak, speak and speak from the heart, and it's helping me. Last year on Aboriginal Day, I had to do an opening ceremony, and by the time I was 2 minutes into the speech, my stick was going like this, and I was all over the place, and you could swear it was a tornado going on. I was so nervous. But I'm settling down, and I want to thank you all for speaking from the heart. When you come in a circle like this, you know that when everyone's saying something, it's coming directly from the heart. And even though when you say something, it may not sound like it means anything to you, but somebody's getting something out of it here in the circle. It means something to someone here. I'm just finishing my first year as chief. I got about 3 months left. We had a very good 2 years. My first time as chief, and I had 4 counselors, first time in council, and yet we did very good. We were very successful in everything we did. And we have some big challenges ahead coming up, and all of us First Nations have these challenges with other nations that are looking forward to come onto the scene and butt into our affairs. We have to stick together very strongly on this in the very near future. But I just wanted to add one thing before I close. I'm a member of the Bear Clan, and I just wanted to share a little story with you of what the bear did for me. Over 50 years ago, I had a very tough drinking life when I was in my 20s back in the 60s. And I drank hard for 10, 20 years. And was very hard on the drugs, and I quit. I quit drinking, but I always had these nightmares. And the nightmares, the nightmares went on for 30 years. And the nightmare was always, there was wolves were always chewing on my legs. They were always trying to drag me out of bed. And some mornings I would wake up and my legs would be actually hanging over the edge of the bed. And my sister-in-law out in Edmonton, she was into Indian medicine, and I was talking to her about it one day, and she said she was going to do some ceremonies for me. So she said just to continue, and I'm a Christian, and I say my prayers at night, and she said, continue going the way you were, and she said, we'll see what we can do to get rid of these horrible nightmares. So she'd call me once in a while and ask how things are going. I say, I still got the nightmares. And this one night, I was sitting on the edge of the bed, and I hadn't even gone to sleep yet. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, and this bear jumped on me. And like I was awake. I was wide awake. This bear jumped on me, and I thought he was going to start chewing on the back of my neck, but he jumped on the back of my neck, and he wrapped his arms around me. And he just laid on me, and I slowly laid down. And I fell asleep with that bear on my back. And when I woke up the next morning, I felt real good, and I haven't had one nightmare since. And my sister-in-law, about 2 weeks after that happened, I hadn't had a nightmare for 2 weeks. I called my sister-in-law in Edmonton, and I told her what happened. She said, I was wondering when it was going to happen. She said, it took quite a long. She said, you must have really had that spirit real bad. But that's what the bear did for me. And the bear is a healer, and the bear is he looks after our health and welfare. And I'm very happy to share that with you, and I hope you all have a good weekend. Thank you.
How about you? Menom Jaget Tishnikas Makundodem. I also have a spirit helper called Yellow Tree. Nonchke go shoebet. Nonchke go ge Bobin gave them got one armaging. Mission go as we have Mandani Garianj Bawd. Patinok Ebishachik. Ebenaj Magajik. Skinny shuck, skinny quick. Muk and Mark. Gashkito Nashgo. Jinam na yard conduct. Dwam Jigyok. Ni binab Nico Anin, Kash ni Gisha Sesno. Gay no, we've been mad beat ampi, we've been Jigyat, there's Rebok. Gimak, Erbat the Mot. Nishigo and Gibi knock counselors who stood a corner in Mudbrook. Crystal, want to stand up? That's one of our counselors, and Bobby Sue. Them are our future leaders. And I'm so proud of them. Because they listen and they're walking in that path. And they're teaching other young people to do the same. Yes, we have a lot of alcohol and drugs in our community. But that too will pass with the help of all these medicines that we see in front of us, our eagle staffs, pipes, teachings. Sometimes people say this is a beginning. Well, it's not the beginning. This has always been here. We're just continuing. We're just now realizing and picking up the things we're supposed to use that will help us. And they're always there. Always notice that they're somebody, something, always there's a teacher there somewhere. I've been fortunate that way, that I've been introduced to some ceremonies that's been happening in Wikwemikong. I went to the one last winter and just came from another one there this past week. A lot of good things. It'll be so nice to see when our young men and our young women go into that lodge. The stories, the things that happen in there is unbelievable. And our young people, that's what they need. That's where they're going to find their identity, who they truly are. A lot of teachings in them lodges. And them two young girls are my daughters. One of them went with me last winter. The other one couldn't go. This time, they were both busy, but that's okay. They heard the stories. And then when I'm long gone, they'll be the holders, they'll be the storytellers. They'll be the ones to talk to them young children, the ones that are small now. And everyone sitting in this circle, all use our teachers. Everything that you say, everything that you do, them two over there are listening. They'll never forget this circle. You got you.
Miłeczary. Bonjour, nigan wasa gana bet geni dejnikas. Quando dem mi wenjem mad bi amampi. Giken down area ya. Minage giken ma ke nad ma go. Mi je ko de dom ma ko. Ne kibren shi benat ma minage waskeshak. Mi wodage aber kono i benat ma go. We madziang. Nina Anishinabek, Panamageni, Degoe. Me wagay aoyen, Kanakazan gay gamin goid. Minashoge, Maba Bejagimakwe Akidat, Kang Jana, Anishinabek, gay na, we can the mod Nishnabem win. Kiang Jana or Bejik, Woder Squang Numdabe. Aunt cannot my game megwa. Ich bin in einer Kasi, we can't man ekedia. Men auch ich nabe am Jack Walket, gacke dort. Mig wetch kenne gegen anden gatten mit Nakita geg. Mit nat mord gegen na be matze gegen na enjabike. Neben gatten gat about mig Kinege goge, mi goge nasa bejebs yang oder Benjamin. Na geni abdek kui wind on them. Ge wurde enjava wikwem kong. Binashwa nangwa. Na ge makwa Jesus. Gamatsek. Jaja was sim den agi ma jawk. Ganish nabemjik. Simdana. Anishinabek ching mampi. I nagnia simdana gega swiwa. Simdana swiwa yimajok. It comes silk. Manjirik de schnik minik. Skinwek. Gamarstaat en ohne Schnabe mord. Manjirik nik. Kijk naar wat hoe je. Pshe. Kinwe abdek. Qui niganzi ta nae. Ma mui qui nata mata me. Gas gabui ta me. Kan de snabem ta me. De kokskit doing. Panevagi ko tagziog getsijik. Mi wage akkedot. Kan kaznawa. De kokskit doing. Panevan Jamandan Ogeni, Chigamaga Kidat. You get Jaja Simdanashan and Bong. Giwi the moto Nishnab, Mabage Wira Segi Nam the Beode. He Kidatwa. He spin a bush get toying ye now we Nishnabi Mick. He spin Boken Mikiego Nishnabe Yatsiwin. Gawa Yaba Nishnaba Gadasi. Gatin, one Moki Sikagone. Mirish Geni Megwa and Nakita Dama Minwa. To not mago or the Geni and Jaba. When jig the mong Geni when one the Nishnabem when now gain Nishnabe Atzuin. Kino eder Shabade qui or the Nika Quijame. Qui Jigame Ogego. Abadequa. Mia, miigwech.
Bonjour. Name's Wayne Sabrin, Chief Picmo First Nation. A lot of stuff was said around the floor. I mean, a lot of it can be echoed, and I agree with Chief McLeod celebrating 150, and there is nothing for me to celebrate. And some of our community members are going to have a gathering in our power grounds, and we're going to block 17 highway for a while and give out pamphlets for missing and murdered Indigenous women. And there's also the young youth in Thunder Bay who are getting thrown in the river. You know, as Anishinabek people, we have to think about those young youth in Thunder Bay. Why so many Aboriginal people being killed? Young people. You know, you hear different stories, and it's heartfelt to me when I read those or hear those. You know, I mean, that could be my child. You know, I could be my neighbor's child someday. You know, and how would I react if I have to go and identify my own daughter? You know, I wouldn't feel good. I would feel angry. I would feel revenge. You know, somebody's going to pay for this. That's how I would feel. I would honestly can tell you that now. But as leaders, I think we should bring this to light with authorities, so these kind of things don't happen to our people. You know, our people come and leave their home communities and try and make a life for them out in the real world, and yet these kind of things happen to them. And I think about them all the time. I think about my youth when they go. You know, I was a surety for a young guy in my community. You know, he's in and out of trouble, and so I went to be a surety for him. You know, and not too many chiefs go to be a surety for a youth in a community, but I did it because I wanted to show him that I care for him. You know, that you do matter in a community. So if I can help you to go on the right road, right path, that's what I want to do. And we do have we do have a lot of things in common, like the pill prescription abuse, and we've been fighting that now for 10 years, well, since I've been on council, 16 years I've been in politics on the community. And we've been fighting this battle steady. And are we winning? Sometimes I think we are. Then other days I wake up and I think I'm losing it. I'm going backwards. But I still will continue fighting forward. I will still continue to advocate for the young people and try and get some help in our community. And we have a lot of things going on in Pickmobert. We just commissioned our new water plant last year, and then we try to get some funding to operate that water plant. Well, they base our funding on the last year's budget, which we had 2 little pumps that couldn't supply a 2-inch fire hose yet. That's what the funding they gave me, our community. So, CBC wanted to do a story, so I invited them into the community and do a story on safe drinking water. And it was Margaret McDermott, she's the one who came, and I told her something so simple as water. We have to struggle as First Nations people. We've been on boiled water before we got our plant for 14 years, on and off and on. Here they have a provincial park, just a stone's throw from our community, that can open 5 months a year and have safe drinking water, running toilets and all that. Here we struggle, and they have paved roads and all that. So the province can do that for them for 4 months a year for the citizens of Ontario, they tell me. And I said, what are we, chopped liver? That's the struggles we have in our area. And so I'm still struggling to get more funding for my water plant. I said, did the government give me this new plant and set me up to fail? Saying, look, we gave them a plant, now we have no administrative O&M dollars to run this plant. There's a lot of things we fight as First Nations people in the northwestern Ontario. And we have good things going on. It's not all doom and gloom, but there is. Those good things are going to take time for it to pay off. They don't reap benefits right away. That's going to take 20, 30 years down the road. My grandchildren, my great-grandchildren are going to benefit big time from all this stuff that we set up to do now. But those are the things that I look at and to move forward, move our community forward and move our First Nations in the area. We turned it around with our neighboring community. We used to be at odds all the time, but now we work together. We turn that 180 degrees, and that's what we have to do as Anishinabek people. Put those differences aside and work together, and so we can all move collectively to the same goals and share our ideas. Don't put them in your wallet or hide them, pull them out when you need them. If you can help another First Nation stand up and grow, I'm all for that. That's all I have to say. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Bonjour. Zi Ashkazaw Augustus Kas. Kitigan Sbi Donjba. Manganodam. See Miigwech Crater. Miigwech this day and Miigwech this way of life. Chief Paul Surratt, Gardner River First Nation. I first want to acknowledge all our sacred items that are here with us today. This clan system, that lodge, that Mama Doswin, that mother's womb, this ceremony, that Pwagan that we shared, Elder Gord, your teachings. I want to acknowledge our chief, Rogers, she's over there, hiding behind the Miigwech, you, your council, your community, for hosting. I truly wish I could speak that beautiful language and address you all today, as this would mean so much more to me if I could. I'm humble there. Acknowledge all our language carriers and all the initiatives in our territories to preserve it. I think there's so much good that we're doing throughout all our territories, at all levels of government, and it's exciting times to be a leader from my community. I'm very proud to be here amongst each and every one of you, to sit and talk about advancing all our interests and how we move forward. We've established ourselves well in our Anishinabek worldviews, our position, the insertion of our jurisdiction and our rights. There's so much good, and it's exciting very proud, very honored to be here with you all. But we also, I think we all look at the struggles we have in our communities with that negativity, the drug and alcohol and that mental health. A lot of us have shared the struggles we have in our community. And I truly believe that the solution and the help and the guidance we need is right here in this way of life. We sit in this circle and we share and we talk with our sacred items. And we know that ceremony is going to help us as leaders to stay strong and also to help our communities. We need to go to ceremony more. We need to call upon those Manados that are here with us, our ancestors that have come. They've been called here. And they're here to help us. And they're here to guide us. We need to remind ourselves of that. The work that they have done in the past to get us where we are. And our duty to our people to continue to move forward and build that future for our children, because we love our children and we work hard to ensure that they're taken care of. I know this way of life is a good way, that red road we talk about. And I also want to acknowledge Caroline, who's here, my council member. Everybody brought some young girls with them. Well, I brought my grandmother here, and our senior council member who's always been committed to helping our community. And I listened to her and we talked, a teaching we got a month back. They talk about that lateral violence and how people treat each other. And we had some good teachings. And it was talked about there about a bundle, in that way. How can we help our people? And I acknowledge Caroline for that because she believes in that too, as do I, that when we get those bundles, that way of life is going to help bring those negatives in, and we take those, and that fire that's out there, we acknowledge that. Take those negatives and we throw that in that fire. Get rid of that. We don't want that around our communities. Take those drugs and alcohols. Take it away. Get it away from us. We don't need that as a people. We need to be healthy. We need that community healing. And when we ensure that first, I think, that is the key to us moving forward. That heaviness, that negativity that hangs over us at everyone's levels, whether it be, like I say, that drugs and alcohol, even the social media. It's very easy for somebody to sit in front of a keyboard and be courageous. They think they're courageous and say things that are hurtful and hateful. But I don't believe in that. I don't believe that's our way. This is our way. We sit down in a circle and we sit with each other and we talk. We're a people that sits and looks each other in the eye. And we speak from the heart. To me, that means everything. That's respect. That's courage to be able to do that and help each other. I feel good here today. It's good to sit amongst you. For me personally, this is my boost of energy to come and be with all the leaders. It's nice to get away from the office, I guess, and come down and listen as a collective to the hard work that our Grand Chief, our Deputy Grand Chief, and all the staff here do for the Anishinabek Nation, but also our other PTOs. I acknowledge Angus. I see my friend here from North Shore. So it's good. For me, it's very good to be here. It's very good to see each and every one of you. May the Creator all get you home safely. Take care of your families while we're here. And lastly, miigwech for this nice vest. It's pretty sharp looking. So that's all I have to say. Miigwech.
Obožoga kanauja, Mr. Tomgi Wednang Nani Bodnish Nakas, Kun Masagi Ni Nago, Kwa Do Dem, Chickenbeck Zibing Don Juba, Bouting Dash Jada Nonga, Gutchman Wendam, Chenendam Nonga, Gutch Mampig Gibijat. Gaye Migwach Neta Anoki Wak Agakana Wia Nagagwe Gigdom Nishnabem Nagagwe Nanesatotan. I'm learning, slowly, and forgive me if I don't make too much sense. I sometimes just put words together and hope they make sense. I know it doesn't always work that way, but it's honest effort, so forgive me. There's lots going through my mind here as I sit here, honored to be able to be here with everyone, to sit in this circle and to share. And I really, I wish a lot of the people can see this here. I hear a lot of criticism from some of the people back out in the communities, and but I wish they can see, that we have these items here, and that the way we're doing things. Those firekeepers out there watching that fire for us. The way we start and ceremony in the mornings. When we greet that sun, we greet the day. It's really appreciative to be able to be a part of this here. As other youth rep Ashkunikwe, young woman, mentioned, we are wanting to do some work with the youth within our communities. As you know, it can be challenging. There's 40 communities. There's only 2 of us right now. So, we have a few thoughts in mind. There's upcoming gatherings that we want to bring some of youth from your communities out so that they can meet each other, so that they can, we can introduce them to, some of the work that we're doing. But, we really work on wellness, health and wellness. The idea is, maybe within the very near future, we can get, a youth council here that has 2 reps from each of the 4 regions within the Anishinabek Nation. That way, we can really work on getting a lot of the youth voices, to this forum here, and to really get them to the different levels of, where there's different forums that we have with the Chiefs of Ontario, Anishinabek, AFN, and so we can, support those young leaders as they continue to grow. So, if there's any young people that you have in your community who are, active, who, you think would be a good fit, who would, are curious, who, maybe need this exposure, reach out to myself and Natalie. We want to be able to empower them to, give them the voice. We know that they have a voice. We want to kind of pass the mic and engage them, let them share what they see is important, and let them support them as they grow as young leaders. So there's one on health that's coming up in August, but youth gathering, and there's another one that we're looking to plan around culture and language. That's coming up too, so keep your ears out. We'll be sending requests out to the different communities to have some representation from your communities to come out to this gathering. We want to really get moving on and to make sure that our youth have this voice here. So with that, I'd like to say miigwech for giving us the opportunity to share, and miigwech bizin dan. I think I'd say miigwech for listening, I guess. No.
Ani, Elsie Dejnikas, Nokmas Elsie. Nokmas for the Lake Huron Region Chiefs. There's so much happening out there now today. We all have roles, values, and responsibilities. A lot of things are happening in our community about the women and the girls. This is not a mental health problem. It is a cultural history and a lack of identity. We have a lot of women who are hurting out there. They are lost. We need to bring all this back to help them. Our history, we have a lot of our land taken away from us, which was used for cultural and spiritual gatherings. And this has taken a great effect on our people to see all this happening. How can we, or what can we do to help them? The sacred prophecies has all been fulfilled. We are now at the crossroads where we are stuck. Yes, the hurt and the painful of residential school is still here for some of us, not all of us. I have learned to take that pain away, going to ceremonies and being strong, being a strong woman. I have asked you before to help us. I know that we will walk that path, the right one, which leads us for the women and the girls to live a happy and honorable life, and that parents will be good parents to their children. So I ask of you again today to help us resolve these issues for the betterment of our communities, that we can all work together to make this thing happen for the betterment of the future generations. And we need the elders out there to come out too and help with the teachings. Bring this all back. Their identity, and be proud of who they are as an Anishinabek people. With that, I will say, miigwech. Our language is in our history. Ahau, miigwech.
I agree. Good afternoon, everyone. Peter Collins, Chief of Fort William. Just, I guess, I just want to touch base on a couple of things, and I agree to a lot of the talk that has been taking place over the last little while, over the last couple of hours, and I thank the Creator for helping keep my eyelids off my eyeballs today. So as I listen to the issues that we have in our community, I also like to thank Chief Rogers and her community for helping me put on a few pounds again today. My friend Chris, I know I got to say hello to him today, and a lot of work that we did together. We've spent quite a few years together. But I just recently was elected back in my community for my 9th term, and Chief Shining Turtle, 16 years is a lot of time, and we put some gray hair on, and we put that gray hair on together. But in saying that, I want to, for the first time in the history of Fort William, we have a gender balanced council, 6 women, 6 men. And it's exciting times for our community as we look forward. One of the things when I hear him talk about Wonder Woman and his team, and I look at it, and I look at my mother and my 6 sisters who support me and make my life easier and help me and guide me in the direction that I'm on and the path that I'm on. I also want to look to my wife and my 5 daughters and my 6 granddaughters and my 4 great-granddaughters. So I have a lot of women in my life, so I know exactly what Wonder Woman means. So, but you know, when I look at the things and we talk about this, and we talk about this, and I hear Chief Scott over there talk about this, the message when Canada celebrates its 150 years. I spoke at a rally last week in Thunder Bay, and I reminded of the people of the fight our veterans put, our people that went to war to keep our country safe, and the signing of our treaty. And what I said at that rally, I said when our men and women went to war, they went to war to keep our community safe and healthy. When we signed that treaty, and with the true intent of sharing and working together, not to have our women murdered and missing, not to have our young men and women found in the waterways. And that message was very loud and clear at a rally that was held at City Hall. And I thank Mayor Hobbs and the City of Thunder Bay for the support and the direction that they have taken in trying to resolve the issues and recognize the territory of Fort William that they occupy today. You know, our flag hangs and flies proudly on City Hall. And the next step for us in Fort William is having our flags hung in all the schools, and there's some work being done on that. And recognition of the territory and the land that they occupy today. You know, there's still a lot of work. When I look at things that are happening right now, and this has to become a political statement, Grand Chief, and I know you're a mad dog because I've seen you in many different acts and many different fronts. And I think about the Mad Dog session or the Mad Dog conversation that you had when you first ran as the Grand Council Chief. And I seen that, and I participated at one of the functions with you when we all said we're going to storm, I think, the legislation. And we look back, and there's Pat, myself, Chief Day, Chief from Winnipeg, and a couple of elders. And he looks back and he says, "Where's all the warriors?" And it was all the RCMP behind us. So, and he never his push to get into the House of Commons never stopped, and he kept pushing and pushing, but we couldn't get in. But at the end of the day, he talks about political discipline lots too, and you know, we didn't see that at that push because that was our our direction. We said we're all going into this and we're going to make our voices loud and clear, but at the end of the day, there was only a couple of us. But, you know, I look at, when I talk about that political message, there's a lot of differences going on in our region and in our territory. And I talked to our regional chief, Pelche, about this. I mean, Anishinaabe looks like they're trying to take control of our territory. And I make it very clear to them, this is Fort William's territory. This is the Robinson Superior territory. It's not your territory. We allow you to come and occupy and do your business in our territory. But it seems they want to keep selling that message that Thunder Bay and Fort William is the territory of the Anishinaabe Nation. So I'm asking you, Grand Chief, and I know you will make that message loud and clear to Elvin in your coming days as you work on that front. But when we look at, and I ramble on a lot, but one of the things when I first became elected in 1998 as chief, they told me to talk a little more, and now they tell me to talk a little less. So, but in saying that, you know, what's hindering us in our community today, and I heard Chief Johnson talk about this, about addictions running rampant. And what scares the daylights out of me right now is we have gangs migrating into our community. And these gangs that are migrating into our community are very, very bad people. You know, and what they do is they find a young lady in our community, they give them drugs and whatever else. The next thing you know, they're living in their homes. So, I mean, we had the police and we had to take care of a couple of incidents like that in our community. But I'm saying this, and I only say this because I caution people in our communities. Be aware who's migrating into your community. I know it's not the easiest challenge, but we have to pay attention. When I look at the young people this morning, and we talk about our message, and we look at our message day in and day out, our message to bring health, a stronger society, a safe society, and make sure they get educated. And that's always been our message. You know, I look at this, and I keep thinking about it more and more when I look at what's happening in our region and in our community. And, you know, we need to be stronger on different fronts, and the most important front is making sure that the young people don't become one of those statistics and drugs and street issues. The other thing, I continue to raise this issue, and I will continue until I'm no longer the chief. Young adults with disabilities. I never hear them being discussed at these forums, at this forum. Why? They need jobs, they need opportunities, the same as any other healthy person in our community. And I fight this cause, and I fight it because I have a daughter that's 25 years old. She struggles with issues, she struggles with education, she struggles with reading, but yet she gets a part-time job. She's there before anybody else, she's there after everybody else. To show their determination. And when I say that, there's no resources, never resources to help those young adults with disabilities. We must not forget them. Must make sure that they're a part of our working society. As I fought it through special ed and through education and all along in that path, and I will continue that fight as we go forward. Again, there's a lot of work that we have to do on many different fronts, and you know, when we talk about our treaty, the next battle we have is the Métis battle. And I mean, that's an issue that's going to raise its head here in the very near future. And the reason I bring it to this attention right now, we met with the Minister of Energy last week in Toronto, and he has said, you have to recognize the Métis as a community. I said, so we asked him, where do you see their community? What community do they live in? And he could not answer that, but he also reminded us, if you want a human rights case taken against you and a lawsuit filed against your communities, then don't give them anything. So, I mean, we looked at it, we could think about it on a regular basis, Chief Wayne and myself and Ed. We continue that battle, and we continue working in that direction to resolving that issue. Again, Pat and Glenn, for me, it's been a long journey with you guys, and I enjoy my time. I enjoy sitting at the board, at the Leadership Council. I did 3 terms as a regional chief and 9 years in that role. So I know there's still a lot of work that we have to do together. And I know when you go on your fishing journey, we'll not forget about you. And I know you'll not forget about us. So I thank you for the opportunity to be a part of your life. And I say this with love and respect because we're all one big family. And I think, Pat, you'll always belong to this family. So on behalf of my community, miigwech for the work you've done. Aha, miigwech.
Miigwech, Gima. Chief Paul Shkokagan from Sagmuk. And I just wanted to also thank the community and the leadership for hosting us. It's been a while since I've been back, but I too can tell that there's been a lot of growth here in the community. And I think for for me, and I think for all of us here, it's the Grand Council, I think provides us an opportunity to visit, to try to help one another. I think the issues in our community are probably identical. It just varies in size, I think, in terms of when we're trying to address these problems. I think there's real opportunities to share strategies, in this circle. But over the next couple of days, I hope that's what we're able to do. I've heard, sometimes there are divisions, yes. But I think I'd rather think about it in this way, that they're there because we're here to do what's best for our communities and our individual communities. And sometimes it doesn't quite fit with how the collective wants to move forward. But I think there are always opportunities to learn from one another. And I've been looking forward to coming here and certainly talking to the chiefs and just trying to learn from one another. I know there's opportunities also to do other business, and I guess some of the immediate concerns I have is really getting those communities together that are part of the Anishinabek Police Service. Hopefully tomorrow, where we want to try to convene a meeting with the chiefs to follow up on those issues that are there. And just to remind the assembly here, this is where that discussion started with the APS, is actually with this organization, the Anishinabek Nation and the Union of Ontario Indians. So that's, I think that's important to remind folks of that, of its origins. But I'm hoping we can meet tomorrow evening to discuss our own strategy as far as how we're going to move forward. But I'm hoping also to get a good idea of maybe from the chiefs over the next couple of days to see who's going to Lac Seul. I guess my concern is, I go there and there's no quorum. It's a long way to go just for an information session. So I'm hoping to maybe we can discuss that, Grand Chief, that particular agenda up there, and certainly what the anticipated turnout might be. So again, miigwech ni kakshan watch the minago the bajment tadamin ni kinegego ni manana kiwin at temguk and dying. And I'm hoping we can have some good discussions next couple of days. Miigwech.
Miigwech. I nominated Paul as my spokesman. I guess one thing I want to talk about is colonization, how rampant it is, how it runs through our communities, you know. And that's the biggest struggle, is our communities have problems because people decide to make them problems. And the support isn't always there. You know, it's one thing to say it, you know, I support you, but then they go out in the community, have a party, you know, creating havoc. You know, I don't know, I don't see how that's support. So, you know, it's just a little story about, you know, the chiefs are kind, you know, lots of kind chiefs. And a long time ago, there's this kind chief, and, you know, he was good to the people. So this one man, his bad man, he wanted what the chief had, but he didn't know how to get it. So all this time, that bad man, he kept challenging him. You know, he wanted to have this thing in the community and see who knows best, who knows better. But that kind chief, he didn't want to fight him. You know, he didn't want to fight. So finally, that bad man, he bugged him long enough where that chief finally said, okay, I'll accept. So they get up in the community, and that bad man asks him, who wants to go first? Who wants to show who's better? So that chief says, well, you go first. You wanted this, you know. So he gets up, and he's in front of the community, and, you know, he's calling that chief down. He's calling him every name in the book. You know, I know more than you. I know I'm better. Look at me. You know, just like you know, showing off, trying to show the people what he had. So finally, he was done. He asked that chief. The chief asked him if he was finished. He goes, yes, I'm done. So he goes, okay. He gets up. And then all he asked him was, you know, if you were to give me a gift and I didn't accept it, who would it belong to? And that's all he had to say. He didn't have to fight him. So, you know, a lot of times sitting in my office, you know, I have to reflect on that story, you know, sometimes for a week, it seems, but I notice more and more it's becoming less. You know, you learn to just draw the line and be kind to the people. So that's all I want to share. Miigwech, you know, it's pretty evident all the hard work that the people did here in welcoming us. I just want to thank them. Miigwech.
Anin Bajo, Najwe Mkwakwa Indishnikaz, Wabsashi Dodam, Skugag Minising Donjawa. I'm going to stand up. I never get to, so I'm just going to do it. And I know it's late. I've been taking notes, so I'm just going to comment on some of the things that have been said. I want to acknowledge the elder for his teachings, and it's been a pleasure learning from you today. I had a brief conversation with him about the clans, the way we're organized today, and he's made me feel good about how I identify with my clan. Although I want to have a larger discussion about that, I think, in terms of the union and how we organize ourselves, because I have a story about my clan, or clans, as I identify with them. I want to acknowledge the sacred items and the ceremony today. I want to give thanks to the Creator for this day and for my family, as we reflected on the young boy who was lost in Alderville. Oh, sorry. I want to acknowledge the little babies in the room. I sure miss my Ruby, so I'm glad they're here, and if the parents need me to hold their babies, I'd be more than happy to. I want to acknowledge my counselors, Tracy Gauthier and Della Charles, who have served on council much longer than I have. They're over there in the back, and they've stayed and waited. I don't know if they wanted to hear this or they're just feeling sorry for me because they drove me here, but they're my ride. But I wanted to say thanks for your patience and support over the years, and you made me a better chief for that. Tracy is retiring after well over 20 years of service to Scugog First Nation. So I wanted to ask you guys to give her a round of applause. Miigwech, Tracy. And congrats to you, Pat, Grand Chief Madabi, for all of your years of service. And I know you're going to give it your all for this last year and probably go out with a big bang, knowing you. I wanted to comment on Canada 150. All the comments here, totally valid. I hear that heaviness and anger about it, and I agree, I feel it too. I was asked by our local township to do a talk, and I realized that at first I thought, no, we're not going to do it. I hear a lot of dissension from the chiefs across Ontario about it, and I'm not doing it. And then I thought, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, darn it, because all they're going to do is get around and hang out at a local park, that was my people's, and celebrate Canada without any context, without any kind of knowledge about what the relationship has been over that 150 years to our people. So I'm going to go there, and I may be a bit of a party pooper, but I'm going to educate them about why Canada 150 is significant. And basically, I'm going to just remind them that we were very kind and cordial to the newcomers and helped them survive, and that their plan over the last 150 years was to get rid of us. And so we're here to celebrate Canada 150 and the fact that we're still here, and in spite of all that stuff. So hopefully they accept that with an open heart. And of course, I'll be speaking to the missing and murdered women's issue, because I think that that's super key. So anybody who gets an invite to do that, I would urge you to educate people, because I don't want them educating themselves about what they think they know about our people and our history. That just, we tried that, they've tried it, and it's just not worked. I really agree. I want to acknowledge Southeast Regional Chief Jim Bob Marsden for his leadership and going to Vimy Ridge on our behalf for the Southeast region, and Miigwech for that, and his dedication to veterans issues. It's pretty stellar. I totally agree we should do a veterans, like a repository or of information or a history book, I guess, on behalf of the Anishinabek Nation. I think that would be amazing. My community had 100% enlistment in both of the Great Wars for people who are eligible to go and able to go. So Scugog certainly is proud of that history, so miigwech. I want to acknowledge the Chief of Serpent River, who made a suggestion that we might pay people to learn the language. I know that sounds kind of unique, strange maybe to some people, but I can say, I just want to share from Scugog's perspective that we did an addictions and mental health training seminar for over 2 days with our community, and we paid people to come out, and it was money well spent. You know, I'm not saying we've cured addictions in my community, but we've certainly raised consciousness and built bridges and had, I think, greater unity and conversations amongst our people, broke down some barriers. So I just want to share that. It worked very well for us at Scugog. I just, to speak to the youth rep's comment about our youth, I'm very hopeful. At Scugog, we're small but mighty. We're a teeny tiny reserve, and we have an amazing education department. Thanks to many years of great leadership from those ladies back there. Our youth are very educated and powerful. I think they're going to do some great things. That said, I'm very concerned. So we're going to keep offering that addictions and mental health training and language training. I think that's such a cool idea to pay people to learn language, really. Getting people out of the house and in there learning about our culture. And miigwech to the Anishinabek Nation for this cool cape. I just think it's awesome, and I'm really enjoying it because I'm always cold. Lastly, thank you to Chief Joanne and Amjanong First Nation for hosting us, and what a privilege it is to visit other communities. I just love doing that work as a chief. So thanks for listening, guys. I know it's late. Yep. My pleasure.
Bonjour. My name is Scott Frank, and I'm representing my community of Nemegu-Sasagan First Nation. More importantly, I think I'd like to say that I am a youth. About 3 months ago, I celebrated my 20th birthday, which some of you might not believe, but yeah, I'm only 20 years old. I had asked my chief, my mother, to give me the opportunity to attend these kind of meetings or gatherings to hopefully see how my chiefs address the matters that are of concern to not just me, but to everybody else and to all your communities. So far, I'm very happy with how you guys do address the concerns. I mean, I'm very happy to see everyone here together. I mean, it feels like a family, it really does. I would just like to ask a favor of all of you, as I know I'm a youth in my community, but I'm also your youth of all of your communities. And I would really like to see you go home back to your First Nations and to address your youth and to ask them what they want and what they want to see done in your communities. And I would like to see you take that very seriously and to sit down with them and to address these matters, as it is very important. And from the bottom of my heart, I am worried that there isn't going to be much left for me and my kids, for your kids, and it really does bother me. It scares me. I look at my community and I see that our water situation it's not good. Every one of our houses are drilled wells, untreated wells, and the only way we could deal with it is a boil water advisory. We tell people to boil their water. I'm also the water tester in my community, and if someone's water comes back bad, the only option I have is to put a cup of chlorine in their well and hope that that deals with it. And to do that to a house that has kids living in that house, that it really hurts me. It really does. But the other part of that is I feel that I don't want a water treatment plant in my reserve because I see the problems that are brought up on these communities that have a water treatment plant, and you're told that you have to have it, and then I've heard from several chiefs that when it breaks, it's a very expensive thing to go and fix, and it's money that you don't have, that you're expected to pull out of your own pockets, and I don't see how that's fair. And I'm very concerned about it. I'm worried that our children aren't going to have clean water. I understand that we signed many treaties, but we never gave up our right to clean water. Not once did we sign a treaty, as far as I'm concerned, giving up our right to have water. We gave up land, property, a lot of other things, but we never gave up our water. That is ours. It is ours to do with as we please. We should not have to worry about having clean water. It should just be there. And, I'm sorry, I'm not a very good talker. I feel very nervous right now, but like I said, I would really appreciate it if you went back to your reserves and you talked to your youth. You figure out what they want, what it is that they need, the resources that they need to get them more involved in your communities. I think that is the key. That is what needs to be done. That I believe that it is the children, our youth, who are the ones with that they're our best bet, I think. That's what you guys need to do, please. Thank you.
I need that too, I guess. Ani Bojo, Warren Twabling, Dishnakas, Wasaksing Donjaba. I'd like to acknowledge the community for hosting the gathering. Again, acknowledging the sacred items, thanking the Creator for this beautiful day, as well as thanking our elders. I just wanted to, I know I'm the last one, and I know we're a little bit late, but I do want to touch upon something that's from our region, from the region of Wasauksing, and that's the somewhat the border of the or south, little south of the border is of our treaty area, Robinson Huron, and the Williams Treaty. Years ago, we had various locations of where we lived and survived. I do want to point out or mention the 3 locations. And one of the locations was actually Perry Sound. And one of the reasons, the main reason why we were located in Perry Sound was because of the agricultural lands, the soils there. And then seasonally, we would move out to the islands, and we would gather berries and fish. And then another location was the Muskokas, where we would go inland and hunt for big game and for the balance of our annual food. But what I want to mention, and it does tie into the clans that we all belong to, was that years ago we all had those responsibilities. We all had our clan lands. And when folks would come into the region, and I do want to say other nations, our sister nations, whether it be from the Robinson Huron or the Williams Treaty, we all belonged to clans. And there were lands to represent those clans. And we hunted and gathered. We gathered enough to sustain ourselves. And I'm just pointing out that, no one was left behind. The lands, the resources were all shared within our clans. So I just wanted to put that out there. I just wanted to kind of open that up for some of the last comments of the day, or the circle. So again, there wasn't, it wasn't where are you from. It's what clan were you from, or you belong to. So now we tend to say where we're from. And I think that drags us somewhat away from our structure, our governance. So I'll say that much, and again, say Chimigwech.
I guess I'm going to ask for your guidance. I know it's been a long day, especially for those that were in the sunrise ceremony early this morning. I don't want to lose the opportunity to engage our citizens that have come here, and if they want to say something, and as well for those that are on the webcast. So I'm going to suggest that we do that first thing in the morning. Let's put that as the first item on the agenda, and then move on from there. Because there's also other meetings going on tonight too, I understand. So we're going to kind of, I guess, come back in the circle in the morning and start with that. That's okay with you all? Everybody okay with that? Oh. Well, so we're not done. We're just having a break till tomorrow morning. Okay.
So I want to say, Grand Council Chief, miigwech for that. Miigwech to all of the chiefs for their participation in the circle. We do have an announcement that There is a feast for the water walkers, and it's a feast that's being held at 6 o'clock, and it's under the Blue Water Bridge at the Souls Monument. So everybody is invited that would like to participate and attend that feast for the water walkers. And that's the only announcement I have for all of the assembly.